the few shining lights of the All Black side so far this year. Harry Wilson, number 8 jersey. I think there'll be people talking about Ben Earl, for example, and what he's done for England. And from a second perspective, I think if SPVisa had played more games, I think he could have been in with a shout. But so I think that will probably be the contentious one. No Artie Savia, no Ben Earl potentially could be the chat. If you think about, like, for example, your top teams, for example, I think Caelan Doris missing the British and Irish Lions jersey is probably why the tour is why he misses out. You think of, for example, France, but Gregory Alger and the likes, they just had to, because they don't take the mid-year series particularly seriously, and they've not had particular alternations. It becomes difficult to select French players because you're basically only now selecting on the Six Nations, which is, first of all, only 5 matches, but also it's a long time ago. And I think there's always a big thing when it comes to recency bias with regards to, you kind of almost forget what happened in the beginning of the year when you're giving out these awards. The night combination, Cameron Roygaard and Sashwan Gomez-Zulu, I don't understand how Jamison Gibson Park doesn't get into the side. I think Cameron Roygaard's a fantastic player. Jamison Gibson Park, for me, is the best number 9 in the world. I don't think that's even up for debate. I think Ross Rance had a great season this year. Obviously Anton Dupont's had an injury March season, so we haven't seen him and wouldn't have been in the mix. But I think Thomas Williams, if he had played a bit more in the British Irish Lions, so he didn't get that injury, I think is also a big shot for him. I think one of the few world-class Welsh players they've got. I would have had Jamison Gibson Park there, and the fact that there's only one Irish player in the side is probably quite worrying from an Irish perspective. I think they should have had at least 2, because I think it should have been, I would have gone Jamison Gibson Park. And then Sasha getting the nod in number 10. I must admit, if I'm Finn Russell, I'll be feeling a little bit aggrieved. Probably guilty of not playing for the Springboks, basically, or a better side, Finn Russell. I still think if you're picking a number 10 tomorrow who is the best in the world to play in a side, you'd probably go with Finn Russell. Obviously, it is internationals, but started the 3 matches for the British and Irish Lions, won that series. Scotland at the moment are very poor. I think he's obviously been a very good player in a bad side, and that's probably what's really counting against him. But I think that it would have been between the two of them. Beauden Barrett's not particularly good. George Ford, I think, has come onto his own in the last few games, but maybe hasn't been as consistently playing in the number 10 jersey. Remain Intermax, similar situation, doesn't play enough rugby, for example. You're not going to go with Jack Crow, Sam Prendergast, that didn't even make the British and Irish Lions tour. So for me, it was literally between those two. I think it was between Sasha and Finn Russell as one of the few constant number 10s. Even Australia, kept changing. Beauden Barrett wasn't playing well, and even Argentina, for example, a couple of different options throughout the year. Lubia Barry was a pretty much a shoo-in. I mean, obviously, World Player of the Year, broke the try scoring record. It's an interesting centre combination. I like the Leonard Qatar shout. I think that Damien Leonard could have been there with a shout. I think that he did have a very solid year. A lot of people talked about Geordie Barrett. I do think Leonard Qatar's been better than Geordie Barrett. I think Leonard Qatar's been Australia's best player. He's been a very good player in a very poor Australian side, and I like the fact that he's getting that recognition. I don't think there are too many other players. Bundy Aki wasn't phenomenal this year, for example. When you think of your sort of top inside centres, France had a different inside centre quite consistently. I think that Tommaso Menoncello, for example, had a phenomenal Six Nations last year. This year hasn't quite hit those sort of heights that we've seen previously. So I think that Leonard Qatar's a good shot. Hugh Jones at 13, I also don't mind it, actually, to be honest. I think that you look again at the different sort of teams and your 13s, for example, and who your constants. Gael Fiku played a lot for France this year, but I don't think it was his best year. Jesse Real, Kane and Moody kind of swapped in between. I don't think there was that much consistency. I think Hugh Jones was probably the most consistent number 13 throughout the year. So I think the centre combination is pretty spot on, to be fair. Cheslin Colby in the number 14 jersey. Lots of people talk about Tommy Freeman and the season he had in an England jersey. I think there's a lot of talk, to be fair, that Will Jordan's more of a wing than fullback. I think he started fullback a couple of times and had to move to the wing quite a lot. Definitely probably played more minutes at wing, but this is obviously a way of getting both a Cheslin Colby as well as a Will Jordan into the side over there. Again, I don't think there's besides maybe a Tommy Freeman, I don't think, your Mac Hansons, your James Lowes for Ireland, I don't think have been phenomenal this year. Cheslin Colby, to be fair, I don't think it's actually been Cheslin Colby's best year. Is he probably the best number 14 in the world? Yeah, potentially you can make an argument for that. And then Will Jordan at 15. I'll tell you what, I think I would like to have seen him play a bit more for British and Irish Lions. I think Blake Kinghorn could have had a big shot for that, to be perfectly honest. Will Jordan at 15, didn't play as much as he would have liked, but it probably is, on form right now, the best 50. I think Damian Williams, again, if he had played more than a year, could have been in with a shout. Thomas Ramos, I think, is probably the best 15 in the world. Again, didn't play the mid-year series, for example. And I think that continues to count against the French. I think if we right now we're picking, who do you think is the best 50 in the world? I'd probably go Thomas Ramos. Will Jordan probably be up there as well, though. So, yeah, it's an interesting side. A lot to pick apart. What do you think? What changes would you potentially make? Where do you agree? Where do you disagree? And let me know what your dream team would be down in the comments below. From a second perspective, great to see so many players recognized. Long may we continue to dominate this team, because that means you're dominating the world. And from that point of view, I think it's a pretty fair reflection. Let me know your thoughts down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Don, how have the guys adapted to being in Wales, and how are the bodies feeling on the 4th week of tour?
I would say it was an easy flight, yeah. Charter straight in, so yeah, I think the guys adapted there. They like the hotel where we're staying, and they are basically great recovery facilities here, so yeah. Very cold, yeah, but I mean, it's winter.
The Boks are the favourites going into this game with 11 out of 14 wins. Wales have only won 8 out of 10 this year. Does that count for anything for you guys? And especially given the fact that the last time Wales won against the Boks in Cardiff was 2018.
I don't think it's a good thing to have a favourite tag. I never think there's it's not helping a team, but I think if you going into it and think too much about yourself, you must have respect for the other team as well where you're playing, and you must obviously do your best in preparation to face them on Saturday. But I don't think there's a thing as a tag. I don't think we must tag it to ourselves even.
The game falls obviously outside the international window, both teams having lost a couple of players to their clubs. How much of an influence does that have on this game, and how much do you think it will impact on both teams?
Definitely. I mean, for us, it's not a new thing, because week in, week out, we're playing basically with a different team. Almost every time we make a lot of changes. So for us, I think we used to it, and obviously it's always a loss if you lose quality players who's not available. I can imagine for them it might be the same, especially for the players that they might lose playing in the Premiership, or I'm not sure if all the URC players will be available. So yeah, we're actually unsure about them yet. All that we know about ourselves is that yes, we're missing a couple of players. But I mean, it's another opportunity for some of the new guys. And it's not new guys, it's guys that had the opportunity last weekend, and the previous one basically against Italy, which I'm not suggesting the team will look like that, but yeah.
The scrums were a big weapon against Ireland. Are you hoping for the same this weekend?
Yeah, how can I say? My father always tells me, don't tell me what you're going to do, tell me what you have done. So yeah, I'll basically keep it to that simple.
What do you think? What do you make of the Wales pack, and how much of a threat will they pose?
No, they got some quality players here, especially the front row, starting front row. I mean, in the captain, they got really a very, very competitive player, and I think he's very vital for them as well. So they got good players with a lot of experience as well. I think a guy like Talafau might be in the mix. Is that how you pronounce his surname? I'm not sure. But anyway, so now yeah, they've got some quality players in their team, like us. It's basically the same.
And then how special would it be to win all the games on tour for the second year in a row on the end of the year tour?
Yeah, we got certain goals in the beginning of the year that we have set to ourselves, but we don't look further than the next game and the next game and the next game. I don't want to say unfortunately, but fortunately, well, there is only one game left, so we're looking really into that, and that'll be great. That'll be a great achievement if you can get that right. But I don't think we're thinking the whole time about the records or unbeaten on tour. We just think about the next game.
Hello everybody, welcome to Forever Sports. Breaking news, Malcolm Marx has officially been named the World Player of the Year, announced just after the final whistle went for Springboks versus Ireland. Whoever thought that was a good idea, I suppose kind of sums up World Rugby, doesn't it? You've got a full evening of rugby ahead on Saturday night, and you decide, you know what would be a really good idea? During all these games happening, why don't we announce the awards? You could possibly do it tomorrow night, where all the rugby is pretty much done by about 8 o'clock South Africa time, 7 o'clock overseas, depending on where you are, and then announce the games there. But no. Anyway, they have announced it, and it is Malcolm Marx. And it's probably pretty fitting that I think that he was actually tonight's man of the match against Ireland. I thought he was absolutely brilliant, but he's been phenomenal this November. I'm very gutted for Oxen Chair, but you know what? This man has been highly underrated for years and never really gotten his flowers to maybe the extent that he deserves. He's been one of the best players in the world for a long, long time. And it's a situation where I think that he's always kind of maybe been in the shadows a little bit sometimes with your Pieter-Steph, the Toys, your Eben Etzebeth, your big personalities, because he's a very soft-spoken individual. But on his day, I remember watching him for the Lions when he came through as like a 20-year-old. And you just sat there saying that this kid is something special. And he's gone on to just be phenomenal. I mean, he's the best hooker we've ever had. And we've had some phenomenal hookers. You think of Bismarck du Plessis. You think of John Smith. And the fact we had those two at the same time. Even Bongi Manambi, for example. But Malcolm Marx, for me, is the best hooker by a country mile. He is absolutely incredible, and so cool to see him get the award. It would have been cool to see Pieter-Steph the Toy get it potentially, twice in a row, and I think he would have been a worthy winner. I think they all would have been relatively worthy winners, in fairness. Louis Biabari, who's actually busy playing as we speak, so I don't know if he's been told. Maybe he was told beforehand. It's a bit of motivation. He broke the Six Nations try scoring record, but then didn't go in the mid-year series. I don't think you can really get the awards there. But so I think it's a well-deserved reward. It's nice to see front rowers get their flowers. That's kind of why I was really hoping it's going to be Oxen Chair. The first prop ever nominated for the men's World Player of the Year. And then obviously would have been the first prop to have won it if he had gotten it. But good to see a front rower being celebrated. And I think you look at like tonight and the Boks versus Ireland game and the fact that the Boks basically won it based on the scrum dominance. That's how simple it was. The front rowers won the Boks that game, but they don't even get the celebration and the credit they deserve. And for Malcolm Marx to be named World Player of the Year in an evening where the four block pops basically set the foundation for the Boks to beat Ireland is a bit of a poetic justice to it. It's just a really good way of celebrating it. So a big shout out to him. And then Fabian Holland being named the World Rugby Breakthrough Player of the Year. This, for me, absolutely deserved as well. I said that I think it was between him and Joseph Suali, and I think that either of them would have been good candidates. I think that Henry Pollock being nominated, fine, but I was going to be really frustrated if he won. He's played 150 minutes of Test match rugby. Yes, they've been a good 150 minutes, but he hasn't. He's had some breakthrough moments, but I just don't think that he's a full-blood breakthrough. Oh my goodness, here he is type of thing. Fabian Holland has been really good for the All Blacks. I personally thought it was going to be Suali. He kind of had my vote. I think Ethan Hooker, again, just didn't play enough games. Had some phenomenal games, had some fantastic performances, and had some moments where he put his hand up and said, look, here I am. But again, you look at the playing time he had and maybe didn't get as much of an impact that Fabian Holland did, who looks so at home in that All Blacks jersey. And I think he's going to potentially be a 60-70 cap All Black, which is always quite a big call when players come through, but he just looks so comfortable in that jersey. And in a year where the All Blacks haven't been fantastic, and I think even the pack particularly haven't been amazing, he stood tall. In a year where like a Scott Barrett has struggled, even a Wallace Atiti, for example, World Breakthrough Player last year, has struggled. where we've seen, them trying to change, the loose trio and the lock period not being able to always have the best combination. He stood tall and was counted. So it's a worthy award from him. In terms of the other award, we haven't got a world the 15, for example, the Dream Team. Hopefully that'll be announced pretty soon, and we can kind of go through that. But the men's try of the year was actually a Chilean. Was Santiago Pedrero for the Chile versus Samoa try. Well, the try is called in Chile versus Samoa in the 2027 Rugby World Cup qualifying game. We're actually going to do a bit of a video and look at all the different tries. But I mean, the try scored is pretty amazing. There's lots of offloads. Yeah, it's a really good try. And I think tries of the year are always quite debatable, for example. But they're always lots of fun to watch. So those are your World Rugby Awards. We'll go through the Dream Team once we get the Dream Team. Obviously, you'll probably feature the likes of Malcolm Marx. It should feature an Oxenchair. It'll feature Pieter-Steph the Toy. It'll feature Louis Biabari. And then might feature, your Henry Pollocks, your, Fabian Hollands and the likes of that. Although not necessarily, because obviously there could be players better than them in the position that aren't breakthrough players. But give me your Dream 15 down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. And let me know your thoughts. And a big congratulations to Malcolm Marx as well as Fabian Holland. Well deserved, I think, for the both of them. And but just a weird time to announce it. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. Some breaking news on a Friday. Confirmation that R360 will not launch in 2026. With the project seemingly dead in the water, an official press release has been sent out to say that the project has been basically put on ice and has been delayed by 2 years with an aim of trying to get it off the ground in 2028. This is coming after all the various unions, apart from a couple, sent out basically a joint statement saying that any player that would go and play in the R360 would render themselves unavailable for selection for international sides. And the British and Irish Lions also jumping on the bandwagon this week, sending out their own press release saying much the same thing. And now we have confirmation that there will definitely not be an R360 league in 2026 at least, as they try and rebuild towards 2028. Before we get into the press release, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Let me know what you think of the R360 concept and the proposal, and whether you think it might ever hold a bit of weight. But this is basically what has been sent out this morning. And it says that R360 plans to launch full global series in 2028. And they said that following consultation with various stakeholders, R360, the Global Reach Series, has taken the proactive decision to launch its full season in 2028. This is very clever, to be fair. The main thing of obviously 2028 is that's the year after the World Cup. So this is the big problem that they were having. Players who want to play in the 2027 World Cup will never going to sign with this R360 because it effectively ends their international career. However, post 2027, there will be players looking for a final big paycheck. It said that the R360 board and its investors, led by non-executive chairman and investor Martin Gilbert, have determined that a full launch in 2028 offers stronger market conditions, exactly what was mentioned, greater commercial certainty, and a significantly more favorable environment for players, fans, partners, and the broader rugby community. The decision will provide the necessary runway to strengthen the R360's credibility, continue collaborative discussions and partnerships with rugby stakeholders, and position the league to launch at full scale with maximal global impact from the outset. I mean, I think we've known for a while that this was never going to get off the ground next year. There were no, players announced, for example, no sort of big coaches announced and the likes of that. And apparently the big thing was that the player agents, a lot of player agents who have been having these conversations, have been engaging with R360 about potential big deals. They were told that on the 1st of October that a new plan or an update was going to be issued. That did not come. And basically they had given the R360, board or whatever, a deadline of the 1st of December saying had they not received any sort of plan, then they were going to walk away. And apparently a lot of the player agents are already ready to walk away because they are not convinced that the R360 is going to sort of happen or going to basically be a significant enough event to be able to attract their players. So this has been dead in the water for next year for a while. What's interesting is obviously the fact that they are still trying to get it off the ground. They're still going to try and make it a thing. Now, I think that the concept could work. It sounds strange, but I think it could work. But I don't think it's going to be as big as they want it to be. You know, as I said, 2028, you've now got an opportunity to go target marquee players and you throw big money for them. I'm talking about Bowden Barrett, for example. I'm talking about Asiya Khaleesi. You know, players like an Eben Etzebeth from a South African perspective. You know, even your sort of your Geordie Barretts, your Rico Awanis, for example. You know, if you look at Australia, you know, they've got quite a young side, but you know, somebody like a James Slipper, if he was sort of retiring now, World Cup, for example, maybe look at an extra year next year. You know, if you look at overseas, you know, your players like Gary Ringrose, for example, even a Ty Byrne, you know, your Ty Furlongs, players who are sort of into their 30s, you can now sit there and think, well, we get to a next World Cup, we play 2027, and after that, what is the plan? You play another year or two of international rugby and kind of call it a day, or else do you go and join this global league where you don't have to play as much rugby, so it's not as physical, demanding on your body, and you go get a massive paycheck? You know, we're seeing a lot of players kind of going to France for the last couple of years, or taking the Japan route out to get that last big paycheck. This is going to be what I think the R360 will be. So I think initially they're going to sort of target your superstars, your Cheslin Colby, your Anton DuPonts, your you know, your Will Jordans, Bowden Barretts, you know, Cheslin Colby, your Thomas Ramoses, for example, maybe Gregory Aldred. You know, you look at Ireland, your Ty Burns, you know, I suppose maybe even Dan Shentus, your Josh van der Fleers. All the players are kind of getting a little bit older and basically say they can play one more World Cup and then come through. You know, your George Fords, for example, Owen Farrell, potentially. You know, Andre Pollard, I think, would be an interesting one as well. You've got lots of potential players who could make the switch if the offer was there. But basically, it's going to become a bit of a finishing school initially, and that will be their big challenge. Now they'll go and target some young big players. You know, you think of somebody like an Arundel, you know, who's obviously got and made the move to France, the likes of that. So very high profile player. You think of players like you know, what they've done with what Wallabies have done with Joseph Akusa Suali'i. So they'll definitely go and try and target young prodigies, you know, like a Sasha Gomezulu, for example, and you know, Sam Prendergast, those sort of players where they can go and try and find big name players, the next generation players, and pay them big money to try and give the league credibility. Because at the moment, it's quite likely to almost be a bit of a retirement league, inverse commas, or a league for players who kind of haven't quite ever sort of been able to make it. You know, so if you've got a player, for example, I don't know, in a South African perspective, somebody like a Beno Jasper Rensburg, for example, who, to be fair, might be able to play for England next year. But Jean-Luc Dupreez, for example, you know, players who've kind of been on the radar but haven't quite ever been able to lock down a spot, but are quite high-profile players. The R360 then offers an interesting opportunity for them, you know, especially your South African-based players, your Marcel Coetzee, Warwick Gelant, you know, those sort of players where they're sitting there going, well, maybe this is the big paycheck. You know, I'm not going to play for the Boks once again, and I could basically double my earnings, maybe triple my earnings, and play less rugby. A bit of like, you know, the live golf approach. That is essentially what it is. Now, whether this gets off underground, I'm not entirely convinced. I think a lot more has to be put in place, and a lot more certainty has to come from the R360. They'll obviously have to start announcing players and coaches, for example. I mean, coaches are a big one. You know, I don't see, for example, a Rassie Erasmus going down this route, but maybe Jan van Kraan, you know, given the fact that the Bok job isn't really available. Franco Smith doesn't seem to be getting very close to getting to that Scottish job. So maybe, you know, those are coaches who will be drawn towards an R360. A Jake White, for example, could be drawn to this. You know, maybe somebody like if a Scott Robertson doesn't make it to the next World Cup, maybe he goes to the R360, because obviously the coaches are also an important part. So I do think that, you know, if you're R360, this is the right move. I think they were so far behind already. What will be interesting now is that they've now got 2 years to try and secure sponsorships, to try and get players, to try and get coaches, to try and get managers, for example, you know, even key players and key partners in this involved. So it does offer them the best opportunity to get it going. Whether it'll succeed, I don't know. I'm not convinced. What do you think? Let me know down in the comments below. Smash the like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
welcome to our media conference. We've got Captain Tia Tulisi, Coach Rassie Erasmus, and World Rugby Player of the Year, Malcolm Marks. Please raise your hands for questions. We've got 15 minutes. We've got 15 minutes, and then afterwards we'll have a mixed zone. It will be RG, who played his 50th, and Jesse Grill. That will be just outside there. Okay, hands up for questions.
Hi, Rassie. Congratulations. How does that beer taste?
It's nice. Any beer is nice after a win, especially against a quality team like Ireland, who's totally dominated us since we've been a group together. So we know that they still, if you take the 5 games, they're still, I think, 3-2 up against us. So we won't get carried away with this. But yeah, the beer is a little bit sweeter, and we're just thankful that we could manage to beat them here. And it's been a long season for our guys. I know a lot of the guys must go to Japan and URC games and so on, but I also know the whole Leinster team. There were only 2 not starting of Leinster in that game. They also have to go into URC, so it worked both ways. But we are proud after a long season to grind through a win against a team like them at home for the first time in I think 13 or 14 years. So that's okay.
Sum up the 80 minutes for me, if you will, just because it's very, it's a crazy game with so many scrum penalties, yellow cards, players going on and off. I mean, have you ever witnessed anything like that frantic?
Yeah, yes, we had got in the previous game a red card. The guy goes off. We had a concussion called with with a mouth guard that didn't ping. Our week, for example, this week was Monday just seeing can Lord Blake and South play. Then Monday from 8 o'clock till 12 o'clock we had a hearing with Franco, and then Wednesday from 8 o'clock till 12 o'clock we had a hearing with Lord. So the whole week was crazy for us. So yeah, obviously then the game was very physical, and there obviously was a 20-minute red card given, which I thought was the right call. The referee or one of the touch judges says always illegal, and which I thought always illegal is a very weird word from when does always illegal start and when does it end. So I think there's something to clear up there, but I thought it was the right call so that the other player could come back onto the field. I do think we were dominant in scrums. I'm not saying I'm not saying who should have gotten yellow cards and who not, but we've been part of quite a few games that was like this, where we had to grind it out of 14 men. There was a totally different challenge here. I thought we were dominant for most parts of the game, but just couldn't kill it when we were inside the 22. So it was hectic. It was difficult to manage. It was difficult sometimes to understand who's off and who's on and who comes back and who's got a HIA and who's injured. But that's test match rugby at the highest level, and you have to understand and manage those kind of things.
Malcolm, congratulations, good on the World Player of the Year. This is a proper front rowers test. 16 scrum feeds for you guys. Probably more scrums than line-out feeds for once. Talk us through how tough that match was out there up against one of the world's best hookers, Dan Sheehan.
Yeah, it was obviously a tough game, and obviously having that many scrums isn't pleasing on the neck, but we know what a quality side they are and what a quality pack they have. We knew it was going to be tough, so we obviously had to ground that out and obviously try and put as much pressure as we could throughout the game to try and get reward from it. I thought they did extremely well in the second half, where they held us out, and we had a few penalties and all of that. But they're a quality side, and I think tonight they showed that even with 12 guys on the field.
Sia, congratulations. It must have been very tough to keep ahead of what's going on. Was there a lot of communication between yourself and the players and the referee to understand what's going on? Was it confusing at times?
No. That's fine. We knew what was happening. And obviously at halftime as well, we made plans, but throughout the game, we knew exactly, and that's why we took the options that we took on the field. When we got penalties, we understood where they had numbers short, and then we won, and the scrum was working, and we wanted to go in that. So the communication was very good, and also Coach Rassi and the staff were passing messages through Dwayne, and then so we're all in the same way.
Razzie, we haven't really seen a performance of that physicality for a long time. It was immense on so many levels. There were moments where, in the second half, picking scrum after scrum after scrum under the post. Was that part of your aim today, to really show the physical dominance and to put down a marker around it?
No, I think Ireland were just as physical. I mean, to keep us out there, after a dominant scrum, and in the tackles they made, in the turnovers they made inside the 22, they matched us there. So it was physical, but I don't think they came out second best on the physicality. Because if they scored in the last 4 minutes, then it was a kickoff and match was on. So I think we were dominant in the scrum specific, but I think all over the game there was dominance from them on the air, on the scraps on the ground, at the breakdown. So certainly not a perfect performance, but like all of you guys asked us all week, there's a bit of a monkey on our back that we have to get off. And as all of you asked me the whole week, is it the revenge? It's not revenge. When you play like a team like this, you just want to fix something and try and beat them here. So no, we don't. We feel we were dominant in the scrums, but all over in the game, we don't feel we were that dominant. Obviously, we took the scrums because they were down to 7, and so they had a lockout with the red card, and then Beard got injured as well. So we could have taken those 3 points and maybe extended the lead, but because they were 14, we stuck in there. And yes, if I just say we were totally dominant, that's not true. They were also, in certain areas, dominant.
Can I just ask about changing the props just before half-time, the thoughts there as well?
Buan is in his 6th test cap, 7th test cap, and obviously scrumming next to Malcolm is aided really well. Thomas was excellent, but we know how strong, and the whole team knows. I think we must also remember, we lost Ox and Che with off the ball tackle. Not that person should have got sanctioned, but we lost Ox, we lost Jan Hendrik Vessels, we lost 2 of our 5 locks. There's a couple of guys who's not here, so I almost thought this game was too far for us to try and get through it. So it wasn't a very experienced. Thomas is obviously very experienced, but then just, Wilco's strength is his scrumming, and Gerard is a really strong scrummager. And I think we did get some reward when we sent him on just before halftime. So, you can do it 5 minutes after halftime. But normally when you take guys, you play them at halftime, you've got 15 minutes rest, and then those guys can go another 4 or 5 minutes and end with their tank, and then you can send the fresh guys on at a specific time when it's very vital. Well, that just happened to be 2 or 3 minutes before halftime, where it normally happens 2 or 3 minutes or 5 minutes after halftime. So I think if you talk to anybody, Gerard and Wilco is probably our 2 strongest scrummagers. Not I'm saying better rugby players and deserve to. The other guys should start ahead or behind them. They're just more dominant, specifically at scrums.
Question? Up there and then Annemie.
Razzie, you seem very happy at full time. Thumbs up. Who was that aimed at? The Irish crowd, referee, your own players? Who was it aimed at? No,
there were South Africans sitting in front of us and saying thank you, and I said thank you back to them.
They were cheering you on during the game.
It's at the coach's box. I remember even when I coached Munster here, the coach's box is like soundproof. You can't really get the vibe of what's going on the field. You get it through the referee mic more or less. And this is a special stadium. The crowd is special. They've got manners when the kicker kick. I love the way the pre-match of the military band. I'm glad they gave RG a bit of a welcoming when he ran onto the field. So it was a thank you to our people, and we've got respect for the way the Irish people support their team, because I think it was 19 games on the trot now that they've won here. So it was, for our guys, thank you for the support. The euro versus the rand is not too strong, and for our people still to come out here and you could still hear them, it was just a thank you.
Annemie?
Razzie, next week's game is outside of the test period, How many of the players are not available for that?
Quite a few. Obviously, all the guys that plays in the Premiership, guys like Thomas, guys like Buan, RG, guys like Edwell playing URC. Kirtley is obviously out. Don't even mention Fussy. Fussy is out. There's a 9 that's not available for this game that goes back. Who is it? Grant is going back to the Sharks. He must play there. So we spoke to our URC franchise in South Africa. So yeah, we'll probably train next week with only 25 players in the group. So we'll assess the injuries tonight. There's quite a couple of guys that must also go back to Japan. Jesse can't play. Some of the Japanese clubs asked us nicely. They've helped us out with the Japan match that was outside the window, and this match is now also outside the window. But it's the same for Wales. They've got also a couple of players who's playing in the Premiership, and there's no getting away from Premiership rules. You can't play in matches outside the window. So we'll assess our injuries. But I guess there's about 14 to 15 guys who's here currently who won't be available next week. And then obviously the other guys like Edwell will stay there. Grant will go back. There's another one going back. I can't remember now quite who it is. Marnie's going back to Japan. He's only just fresh in Japan, and the club asked can he join them because their season starts next week. So we'll regroup and see, but yeah, probably only 24, 25 guys touring with us to Wales.
Obviously just coming through the Rugby Championship, very tough, and now this autumn series, are you confident that you're still setting the benchmark for the other teams, or do you feel the other teams are catching up to you? If the World Cup was, say, next week or next year, where your standard is still quite high as world champions?
Well, our aim this year was to try and end in the top 4. We played Ireland, they're 4 in the world currently. So I think some people might have expected us to win because they're 4 in the world and we won in the world. But we still know if we lose to Wales next weekend, we can drop 2 places. But being in the top 4 in world rankings this year was probably the aim for us while rotating. I think we've used 50 players this year. And next year can be probably a bit more experimental because I think the 7th of December the World Cup draw is taken, and if you're outside the top 5 or 6, then you might be like in a pool of death with that France win. Or when are they playing tonight? The France can move to 5 or something like that. So our first goal was to be in the top 4 so that the pool draw can be okay. But we're realistic. Australia gave us shots. The first match against New Zealand we lost. We lost 2 matches this year, 2 matches last year. So I think we're in the up in certain areas. But losing Ox, Jan Hendrik, and all of those guys, it's tough to lose. And Frans Malherbe will only be ready next year, June. And we had to bring a few youngsters into the mix. So I think we are getting better in swapping in and out in different positions. But a lot of work still to do if we think we can stay at the top.
Last question, Zay.
Malcolm, I know you're a man of immense humility, but you've been named World Player of the Year. It's only the second time the Hook has won. I think the only time before that was the great Keith Wood. I mean, are you celebrating silently and smiling inside? Is there going to be a big celebration today? How are you feeling?
I don't think it's really sunk in, to be honest. But to be fair, none of this is sort of achieved without the team environment we have, without the management, without the players. We are a tight-knit group, and things like this happen when obviously you have a group that we have. So in my opinion, this isn't for me just an individual award. I think it's more a team award because the support and the structures that we have for guys to express themselves is unbelievable. So it's not just for me, it's for our team, it's for South Africa. So yeah.
Awesome. Thank you very much, guys. For those of you who want...
And we are live. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. Rassie Erasmus has officially named his final 23 of the year, and the 7-1 split is back, as we thought, given the fact that it is a very depleted squad, and as a result, the Springboks are forced to deploy the new squad, the 7-1 split. Kobus Reinach, the only backline player on the bench. Quagga Smith will potentially have to cover some of those positions as well. But let's go through the lineup, shall we? In the number 1 jersey, Gerard Stendekamp starting next to Johan Grobelaar and Wilco Louw. So the All Bulls front row getting a rare start together in the green and gold. Jean Klein gets a second start of the day, and he's next to Ruan Nokia in the number 5 jersey. Siya Kolisi starts once again as he adds to his 102 caps next to Franco Mostert, who gets named in the number 7 jersey. As expected, Jasper Wiese will continue at the back of the scrum. Morne van den Berg gets a start next to Sasha Fine-Magomezulu. Kane Moody will start in the number 11 jersey, Ethan Hooker in the number 14 jersey. Interesting to see that they have swapped those jerseys. Definitely something that the Boks are probably trying to look and see how they both do on different wings. For example, you got Andre Esterhuizen and your partner Damien Delendi, who will start at outside center. I think he's only started once or twice there in his career, actually, as he gets very close to that 100 mark, his 97th cap on Saturday. Damien Willems is starting at full back. Then off the bench, Bongi Manambi, Zachary Porthan covering Lucid, and Asenate and Tlabakanye getting his first opportunity of the tour. You then got Evan Etzebeth, Marco van Staden, Ben Jason Dixon, and Quagga Smith all on the bench. Kobus Reinach in the number 23 jersey will have to be doing a lot of potential covering. And this is all due to the fact that the Boks are just down to their bare bones, really, when it comes to the squad itself. So what do you think of the squad? Let me know down in the comments below, because this is what it looks like. And I think it's what we expected, really. I mean, there's a couple of selections. For example, I mean, I went with a different front row. Then going with sort of the Bulls one. Ruan Nokia, I think starting is not, I wouldn't say necessarily a surprise, but Franco Mostert at 7, him versus Ben Jason Dixon. The rest of the team were going to be pretty straightforward, to be perfectly honest, because there's just not a lot of other ways we could have formulated this side. There's not a lot of other options within the squad. Even in the squad at the moment, from my understanding, the only person not actually involved is Ntuthuko Mchunu. Unless somebody else has joined, the training squad, this is just basically what's left. And if we go look at some of the stats, for example, the good news is there's still plenty of experience. So Kobus Reinach, by the way, will make his 50th appearance for the Boks, but off the bench for the second time in a row. We're seeing that. And he needs 5 points to get to 100 points in the green and gold. It'll be a nice way to sort of bring up his 50th. Evan Etzebeth will extend his Springbok record as the most cap player to 141 caps. This is Damien Willems' 49th cap, by the way, so he will get that 50 cap next year. Damien Delendi will need only 2 after this weekend to get to that big 100. In terms of our record against Wales, we've only lost 5 of our 24 matches away from home, going back to 1994. The last time we lost to Wales was in Cardiff. In Cardiff was in 2018. And in terms of the experience that we've got, the total test caps in the Springboks lineup is 525. The average caps per player in the backline is 32, in the forwards 38, players on the bench 47. So it's a very experienced bench, with the exception of a Zach Porthan, Asenate Tlabakanye, and Quagga Smith. Not Quagga Smith, Ben Jason Dixon rather. In terms of what Rusty Russell's had to say about it, he said that we know from the outset that we would lose players from this match due to their club commitments, and we are pleased with the quality of the team we've selected. We've been rotating our players throughout the year, and this group has been together for close to 5 weeks, so many of these combinations are fully settled, while others such as Zachary and Asenate have shown that they are capable of the season, and we are excited that they will receive another opportunity to play. I'd like to thank the provincial unions and clubs who released these players to represent the country this weekend, so we could field a strong side capable of finishing our November tour on a high note. He then said, we've used a total of 49 players in test matches this season, which is a testament to the depth we have been developing with an eye on the 2027 Rugby World Cup. So Ntuthuko Mchunu would have been number 50, actually, if he had played. Speaking about Kobus Reinach, though, he said that Kobus is a true team man, and he's been a standout player for us this season and over the years, so we are delighted to see him earn this achievement. He's patiently waited for his chances and grabbed every opportunity with both hands, so to see him achieve this at 35 years old makes it even more remarkable feat. And then speaking about the 7-1 split, he said the composition of the bench was a combination of the availability of players we had for this match, but also given how well our pack has performed this season. And we believe it will be a key area on the match. I mean, as Wales, you've got to be really panicking if you look at that kind of bench and the way that they could potentially deploy that. I mean, it is absolutely mental. In terms of what he said to Wales, though, he said, we are expecting them to come out firing and throw everything at us. This is also the last match of the year for both teams, so there's no doubt they'll be giving everything to finish their season on a high note and try to improve their world ranking with the Rugby World Cup draw coming next week. I mean, it's a pretty straightforward team with regards to what was left in the reserves, and it's a situation where at the end of the season, we've kind of ended up with this sort of squad, and we kind of have to just make do really with what we've got. Obviously, this has been it's kind of been designed. There would have been conversations with the unions with regards to players that they have to keep, players they might have available. So, for example, the Bulls, allowed them to keep a Kane Moody, the front row, Runoki and the likes of that. But the Sharks, on the other hand, for example, said, well, you can keep Eben, you can keep Sear, you can take Bongi, you can take Instutuko, but we really need Grant Williams back, and we really need Edward van der Merwe back as well, who'd already left the squad due to the birth of his child. And then the Boks basically probably just said, well, it's fine, we can probably make do without those sort of players. And then what's quite interesting, I think the most interesting selection for me is Jean Klein, given the fact that he plays for Munster and that they've allowed him to come and play for the Boks this weekend. That was always going to be I think that was quite an interesting situation, because very, very rarely do we see European sides allow players to play outside the international window. That's why, for example, Australia never get to really use Will Skelton because of mandatory rest periods, for example, where the different where we have games outside international windows, for example. Your club commitments are governed by the international windows where you sort of play, Southern Hemisphere, Northern Hemisphere windows. So it's an interesting one that John Kane has been allowed to play by Munster. And shout out to Munster for allowing that, for letting him go out and play. I mean, it's a very good side. It's a very strong side. I still maintain that I think this game's a bit of a, I wouldn't say a disaster, but it's a bit of a frustrating game, given the fact that more so Wales really than us, because Wales have been absolutely gutted by the fact that this is outside the test window. And look, I mean, I suppose, some people are saying, well, they're going to get to expose players and build their depth. We get to build our depth. I wouldn't say there's that many fringe players in this side, to be perfectly honest. If you look at the starting lineup, the only sort of fringe players, inverted commas, these days are Morne van den Berg. Jean Klein hasn't played much. That's more to injury than anything else. Everybody else is pretty settled. I mean, Ethan Hook is pretty settled these days in the Boks squad. Kane Moody's very settled in the Boks squad. On the bench, you got, Asanati, Zachary Porthen, Ben Jason Dixon. Bongi Manami's kind of been phased out. But I don't think we don't suddenly have this like 9-10 players who are kind of all on the fringes and not getting opportunities, not playing and haven't been around. So yeah, from that regard, I wouldn't say there's that many fringe players, but it's a good opportunity for these players to get out there and have a hit out and maybe start working towards where we want to be next year. So I'm going to put out a poll, and I want you to go and vote. Do you like the team? Simple yes and no. Do you like the team? Question mark. Yes, no, go and vote. Go and let me know. And if you don't like the team, I mean, first of all, you can only make one change to it, which is into Kunu. But I suppose it's kind of a situation where maybe almost kind of ask, is this game a good idea at the end of the day? And that's obviously the big thing that we need to sort of check. So go to some of the comments and what you guys have got to say over here. So where we go, where we at? Dorian says, it really doesn't seem like this game should be taking place considering the Welsh lineup as well. Yeah, that's what I keep saying during the week. Everybody keeps saying, oh, stop being so negative. In any game the Boks can go play is a good game. And I mean, I agree to a certain degree, but look at the Welsh side. Look at how they've really been gutted by this being outside the window. Look at the Welsh region situation and how they're potentially going down to 3 regions. There's a massive internal fighting, for example. Now these regions who are being told that they might be completely scrapped are having to release their players so that Welsh Rugby Union can make some more money. So there's a lot of issues happening in Welsh Rugby right now. And for that reason, I really think that this game was very unnecessary. For us, it's cool. We get to have another, hit out. I mean, we've got a very small sort of skeleton squad. But for Wales, it's a disaster game. It really is. and really shouldn't be taking place from that point of view. Jaden said Ben Jason should have gotten the 7 jersey for this game. JJ de Villiers says Damon Delende and Esther Hazen, good luck Welsh defense. Yeah, I mean, it's pretty barbaric, isn't it? Gideon says, I'm grateful that we can have this test. Stevie has just been grumpy calling it useless. No, I've just said, we're playing against a Welsh seaside here. So is that really going to give us that much information, for example? Is that really that important for the Boks? If you look at what this means for Wales rugby, as I said, there's internal fighting with the unions at the moment, with the franchises, the regions. I mean, they go with regions, and they've literally said that some of the regions are going to get sacked off. They're going to potentially go down to 3 regions. So all the regional dragons, the likes of that, are all now fighting for survival. They're trying to prove that they're worthy. They're not having their players taken away from them for a weekend of URC rugby. You've got players making. I mean, I think there's only 3 players in that Welsh 23 with more than 30 caps. Our average caps is about 36 as an average. Their average caps are closer to like 12. So in that regard, what are we facing? What are we playing? Yeah, cool. It's great to have another Bok game, and we're never going to complain on Saturday where we can watch the Boks play. But look at who we're playing against, and look at the situation at Wales. I mean, Wales are bad anyway. To call a spade, they're bad anyway. They're not. They're probably in the worst situation they've ever been in, and now this is an even weaker Welsh side, and they're playing against a side which has a World Cup winner in World Cup winners in Jean Klein, Sia Khaleesi, Franco Mostert, Jasper Wiese, Kane Moody, Andre Says, Damon Delende, Damian Willemse, Bongi Manambi, Eben Etzebeth, Marco van Staden, Kwaka Smith, Kobus Reinach. There's 13 World Cup winners in the squad. There's only 1, 2, 3, 4. There's only 4 players in the starting line with less than 10 caps for the Boks. And I think only about 5 or 6 with less than 20 caps for the Boks. If you look at the Welsh side, there's only 2 players with more than 30 caps in the starting 15. So that's my main point. It's not about the fact that we've got the squad, it's who we're playing against. Genuinely, if we were to play against a Prem side, for example, an Irish club side, it would probably be a more competitive match. Eric says, I remember Sos running through Wales to score a great try last year. He likes playing with them. True. Very, very true. Evan says, will be good to see how Bongi and Mostert perform. No excuses for a poor outing. And Evan says, starting Mostert over Ben Jason Dixon makes you wonder if this might be a final outing. I suppose it depends on how he plays. I think they've spoken about Franco Mostert and said that he's still very much in the plans. But I suppose he is one of the older players, and it's always kind of coming towards the end when you kind of get to that age, unless you like a Kubas who keeps banging down that door week in, week out. Contender says, I am worried about the Asenati pick. Nothing against him as a player, but with the Derby scandal, I'm hoping the World Rugby won't give us creep with a points deduction. No, that doesn't happen. Doesn't work like that. I don't know where a lot of people have been saying that. It just doesn't work like that. He doesn't have a ban right now. He is allowed to play. Like from World Rugby standards, Dopey standards, anything, he is allowed to play. He's allowed to play until he's not. If for example it was a multiple different failure, for example, and different sort of circumstances, he would have an interim ban and he'd not be allowed to play. So there will not be any points deductions. There will not be any retrospective action on any team that fields him whilst he is eligible to play. When Apiro Diante, for example, failed that test, he had an interim ban. He was not allowed to play rugby until the hearing, etc. had played. This is a different scenario, so there's no worry about that as well. Eric says, the Bulls' power front row starting doesn't mean that they will not start the next week against BB in Euro Cup. Well, we'll have to wait and see, isn't it? Neil's saying, this is a powerful team. Russia is not taking Wales lightly. Want to beat them for sure. Well, we just have nobody else, to be honest. This is just the team that's in our squad. I'm surprised Tuko Nkunu is not involved, to be honest. To fly him over and then not pick him seems a bit... What's interesting is Zach Porthan's actually made Lucy proper ahead of Tuko Nkunu. I personally would have rested Volker low, had Asenati start, or Zachary Porthan start at tight head, but that's an interesting scenario. I didn't even know he actually was... designated to play at Lucid. Jan says, De Klerk not available. He's just been named in the Bulls squad. And this is what I said last night. Lots of people kept talking about the fact that Sebastian De Klerk was going to start. And I keep saying, but he's not there. we've not been told anything about him even being in Wales. He's there's no confirmation. So I don't know where that rumor started. I don't know who decided that basically he had left the country and that he was in the Boks squad. But we got confirmation about an hour ago. The Bull squad got announced that he is in South Africa and he's starting against the Lions this weekend. Hajapal is also back in the country. And Julia says, I just wish the combinations were different. Love Master, but give Ben Jason more game time. Why play Wilco and switch Portland's position, leaving into Tuko out? Yeah, I think that's exactly where I'm at. I said that I think Wilco Low doesn't need to be involved in this game. I think it was a bit. I think he's played a lot of rugby and was an easy person to be able to leave out and still be able to have everybody in their kind of natural positions. Squirrel Stamp says, people screaming Wales B-side, C-side. I don't think they will be an easy game. I reserve comment on that. I personally do think it'll be quite straightforward unless we play really, really badly. I didn't actually do particularly well with my picks, to be honest. I don't think too many people saw Sia Khaleesi starting. I didn't go with the Bulls prop starting. I didn't go with Franco Mostert at 11. So I think I might have buckled hardcore when it comes to the league, which I'm a bit upset about, to be perfectly honest. Tammy Gomez says 55-0. Bjorn says, how does Wales be if we can play one prop completely out of position and he's a youngster? Well, in fairness, I think he's got more international caps than what he's potentially scrumming against. If you look at the team that they have announced, they've got lighters on the bench, like really, really lighters on the bench. So yeah, I don't think that's as big of a worry, I suppose, to a certain degree. But that's the thing, because the teams are so completely gutted, that we probably can allow to test Zach Porthan at a loose head in a game like this. So Ricardo says, good team would have maybe switched the front rows. Avoma says, imagine this team putting 100 points on Wales. Let's get some score predictions in. Where is Jean Augustus? He's at Ulster, so he's not going to be released at all. TS says, people have Bafana PTSD about Asanati. No, he is. Yeah, well, fair. As I said, we have seen it this year where they just decided to play somebody who is ineligible, but he is eligible. I think that the Bok management's probably a little bit more on the ball than the Bafana management. And Jacques says, Shoki is not good enough for this team. We have more than enough cover there. I have zero issue with the rest of his choices. We've made do with Sia at 8 and Markov and Start at 8. To say we've got a lot of cover at 8 when considering that we've only had a one out and out 8th man pretty much the entire tour. We've made it work, but I think he's still got a role to play. I would have liked to have seen him in this November series, to be perfectly honest. Dwayne says, I love the combo of Vandenberg and Sasha, one for the future, and very excited to see Sasha playing a full 80 on 5, which is the attacking skill. Dude Nobby says, team to get scrum penalties early on improved last Saturday wasn't a fluke. Malabonga says, this doesn't make sense. Why would Lowe and CS start and Tunu and Dixon bench? And well, yeah. I do think this was a bit of a weird. I do think that CL will get hooked quite early. I personally think he'll play maybe a half because he has played a lot. Well, I suppose to a certain degree, he's played a lot. He started a lot of rugby, but he does come off. So he does kind of empty the tank, come off at 55 to 60 minutes. So I suppose if you look at his entire game time over the year in terms of minutes on the field, he's probably actually well within the acceptable amount of limits. And again, there's mandatory downtime anyway. So you kind of have to look at the calendar year and kind of see where he's played, where he hasn't played, how much he has played. Tammy Garman, one of our members, and feel free to please consider joining our members club. It is on the app, our members club, and let me know what you think of it. And let me go and join the members club and support the channel. We know we've got to try to get to Australia in a couple of years' time, which is going to be an expensive trip. We obviously want to get there and take you guys with us on a camera and go and show you all about what's happening in the World Cup like we did in 2023. So that's our big thing that we're starting to push for at the moment. Robert says, I think they are letting CF finish the tour. Valio says, Centers, Estes, and Dana could be a devastating combination. Well, it's a lot of power in that combination. You have nothing else. King says every player in that backline has been a centre at some point in their career. It's a very good observation, I suppose, with the exception of Morne van den Berg. But yeah, 10 through to 15 have all played in the centres and all played in the centres for the Boks. Sasha gone to centre at some stage for the Boks? Might have. No, I don't think so. So all of them have played centre for the Boks at a stage. Sasha has played obviously inside centre quite a lot actually, and for the Stormers. Eric saying, when will Bulls team be announced? Will be interesting to see whether Hanekom, Orange, and Pollard are in the team. The Bulls team has been announced. There is no Cameron Hanekom. There is, however, a return for Ulrich Lowe. There is also no Andre Pollard. And he was apparently injured, well, a slight niggle for the game against Ireland, and obviously with that injury he returned home, but he's not been picked this weekend. Your fly-off options are Ambrose Pierre, and Ambrose Pierre. Keegan Johannes. After all that, Keegan Johannes and Willie LaRue's covering 10 really, because they've got Steadman Gans and Cheswell Juster off the bench. It's an interesting Bulls side, but really good to see Albert Lowe back in the mix. Matthew says, I think creating versatility is the idea of this game, trying things which possibly include a little lack clarity in the system, which is why they would take a gamble on versatility such as the centers. Ricardo reckons that Troki will be in the World Cup side. He's running out of time if he's going to get there. Matthew says 9 out of 10 is a look at the possible combination of a new look partnership and see how they deliver. I agree. Beating Union Gold reckons 69-0 to the Boks. And 208 says killer front row and backline. Christian says Lowe is back from injury already. That's good. Thought we'd only see him next year. Yeah, so they already said that he was coming good, basically, and they were hoping that he was going to be involved earlier than what they thought. And I think that it's they weren't going to rush him, but they were cautiously optimistic that he might be able to make a return before this year. So really, really good to see that he has made that recovery and that he is going to be involved this weekend. From a Lions fan point of view, not massively excited about that. He could definitely come back next week. But from a Bok point of view, it is good to see that he is back and fit, and hopefully he can get up some form and get back into the mix next year. But yeah, I think for me, the players that are going to be interesting to watch, obviously, very keen to see how Franco Moster continues to go. You know, a lot of speculation about him. I thought he was very good against Wales. Not against Wales, against Japan. Obviously, we're kind of robbed of seeing him properly against Italy. If we look at the back line, very keen to see how the centres go. Kaden Moody at 11. We've only really seen him mostly at 14. Similarly with Ethan Hooker swapping the 11 for the 14 jersey. Very keen to see the Morne van den Berg, Sash Van Mazzuti combination. And then opportunities for, your Zach Portons, your Asanatis, your Ben Jason Dixons. Those are your fringe players. Bongi Manambi is someone who's got a point to prove. And I don't know how much points you can prove against this Welsh side. Like I said, I'll show you what the Welsh side situation is. And so, for example, if you go through the Welsh side, 1 through to 15, with regards to the amount of caps, Gareth Thomas got 43 caps, Dowie Lake with 25 caps. Cool. So that's reasonably experienced. Then Kieran Azarati with 18 caps, Ben Carter, 13 caps, Rhys Davies, 3 caps, Tane Plumtree, 10 caps, Alex Mann, 10 caps, Aaron Wainwright, 61 caps. Those are basically all your experienced players. Your backline players, for example, Kieran Hart, 27 caps, Dan Edwards, 6 caps, Ria Dyer, 23 caps, Joel Hawkins, Joe Roberts, both 6 caps, Ellis Mee, 3 caps, Blair Murray, 13 caps. That's the starting 15. You then look at the bench and it gets a bit childish. You've got Brodie Coughlin, 1 cap. Danny Southworth, uncapped. Christian Coleman, 1 cap. So Zach Portland's playing, he's actually got more caps than the person who's going to be scrumming against. And, Danny Southworth is going to be scrumming against Astonati. He's uncapped. James Ratty from the Ospreys, 3 caps. Morgan Morse, 1 cap. Ruben Morgan Williams, 1 cap. Callum Sheedy, 16 caps. Ben Thomas, 16 caps. I mean, if we look at our bench, Kobus Reinach is going to make his 50th appearance off the bench. He has got 14 more caps than the entire Welsh bench. Odd. Maybe about 12 odd. I'm doing a quick maths here. 32, 33, 34, 37, 38, 39. 11 caps. He's got 11 caps more than the entire Welsh bench. Eben Etzebeth has 100 more. More than 100 more caps. That's what I'm talking about with regards to this Welsh side. Eben Etzebeth has more than 100 more caps than the entire Welsh bench. I'm pretty sure if you look at if you add up the starting 15, for example, for Wales, they're more than even, but not by much. If you were to put together an Eben and you don't even have to go, for example, Eben and Damon Delende have more caps than the entire Welsh 23. They've got 250 odd caps. That's more than the entire Welsh 23 for this weekend. That's the difference that we're looking at. That's the massive difference between these two. Smanga says, who hasn't played that was part of the squad for the Autumn Nations? I suppose it's just Ntutuka Tsunu, who's obviously joined quite late. He's the only person who wouldn't have featured at all throughout the Autumn Nations series. Evan says, excited to see next year's alignment camp and experimentation. This is a good game to just play and build confidence. Malabonga says 2026 is going to be a very interesting, especially in the forwards. Could Visa and Kwacha take a backseat for the likes of Lowe, Hanekom, and Augustus? I don't think Jasper Visa is taking a backseat absolutely anywhere. I think if Jasper Visa had played a full international season, he could have been World Player of the Year standards. I rate him so highly. So, and also next year, we've got no, we've got a bit of time to experiment, but we don't really, in terms of if you want to win the Nations Championship, you've got to try and, we've got to beat the three in the middle. We've got to beat England, Scotland, Wales, and then we've got the Great Rivalry Tour. So we're not going to be rotating there at all. We're going to be playing we might rotate, but we're not going to be experimenting. We're not going to sit there and say, right, let's give a couple guys a debut against the All Blacks unless there were injuries. Dorian says, I saw a remark that the Wales bench looks more like a soccer formation. Yeah, you're not wrong. You're not wrong. Matthew says 7-1 split is just Rusty showing the world that there's been way too much noise in that Palm squad. Food for thought for Mr. Matt Williams. I think it's just because literally those are all the backs in the squad. They're in the 23. There was always going to be a 7-1 split. I said it yesterday, and somebody said, "Hey, go look at this team. You're wrong." Well, I wasn't completely correct, but the 7-1 split part was the main emphasis, and that was correct because it had to be a 7-1 split. That's what we spoke about last night in our live show. We said it had to be a 7-1 split, and we were right. Because we hadn't seen any official information that other players had joined the squad and the likes of that. So 91% of people have said that they like the team. My question here is this game worthwhile? Simple yes, no. I mean, I reserve judgment until the game itself, but I think if we go and win 70, 80, 90 to few, then I'm not entirely convinced. For example, I'm a Lions fan. I like the fact that we're not facing. That's probably the only saving grace for me is that this means that there's no Wilco Low, Ruan Okia, Gerard Stennekamp, Johan Grabela, Kenan Moody. They're not playing for the Bulls this weekend. At the same time, as a Lions fan, I really wanted to have Kazanati back this weekend. Obviously, he's got his hearing coming up, and that must be in the next week or two, would be my guess. But yeah, I think that's my biggest problem. It's not a worry about the Boks side. I just think if we go and put 80, 90 points on Wales, is that worth, is it worth it? And I think if you ask the Wales fans, they're fuming. They are absolutely fuming. And if there's any Wales fans in the comments, let me know what your thoughts are. But what I've seen, for example, is that the Welsh fans are not happy. They're saying that this is a pointless exercise. They're going to put out a young team. And, everyone says, oh, but it's experience. But I don't think being absolutely massacred by the best team in the world is experience. Yes, maybe you start to understand what international rugby is all about. But you're talking about a squad that has been absolutely kicked down. I mean, they've won one game in the last 7 or 8 or something. I think it was they were on a 10-game losing streak before they beat Japan. So it's a side completely devoid of confidence. If you go look at their results, and this kind of really lays bare how bad they've been. I thought they played well last week against New Zealand, but again, 13 odd players have left that squad. But 52-26 against New Zealand, 24-23 winning against Japan. 52-28 versus Argentina. They beat Japan in July, but before that, Japan beat them 24 points to 19. England 68, Wales 14, Scotland 35 to Wales 29. Ireland 27 to Wales 18. Italy beat Wales 22-15. France beat Wales 43-0. We beat them 45-12. Australia beat them 20-20 before that. Fiji beat them last year. Australia beat them before that. I mean, you really have to go back quite a while before you see some decent positive Wales results. And that's where Wales are. And that's a Wales side we can pick the better players. This is not a Welsh side that's been absolutely gutted by players not available. So that's my biggest problem with this game. It's not the fact that we're playing an extra game. I mean, we were playing against a Fiji with all their players, for example, and this is the team. I'd be very chuffed. But with our opposition that we're playing against, I just don't think it's fair in Wales. I think it's a stupid decision from the Welsh Rugby Union to be having this game itself, given the situation that they find themselves in. Dia says, would you be keen on doing a back/forwards ranking, almost like an end-of-year grade? Yeah, that's what we're going to do next year. So next week we're going to be doing a lot of wrap-up content. We're going to be doing our Springbok Team of the Year. Going to come out on Monday. We're going to be doing power rankings. We're going to be doing a depth chart, looking at exactly where we are. We're going to be doing a barometer on the World Cup squad next week. So we've got a lot of that stuff to do. And yeah, maybe we'll do a couple of them as live shows and kind of, I'll do my dream team. Maybe that's a good idea. I think I'll do my dream team and then we'll do a show on pick your dream team. And we'll kind of pick who was our best loose head, who was our best hooker, who was our best tight head, who was, what was our best performing, our dream team, like the World Rugby dream team. So we can do that as a live show as well. Lawrence says, Steve, you come over to Oz for World Cup. You have a place to stay in Brisbane. Safari will look after you over here. Love that. Thank you so much, Lawrence. We literally might take you up on that offer. We're busy doing our budgeting for that Australia trip. And it is expensive over there. But we're going to make sure we try and get over there. We are busy looking at partners and having conversations to try and make sure we can get that side. I absolutely love my time in France. I mean, France itself as a country was really cool. Watching the rugby was cool, but it was the fans that made it. Going and meeting subscribers and people who are part of the community was incredible. I think Australia would be a bit different. Obviously, in France, a lot of people came over from the UK and Ireland and the likes, and Scotland, like I said, a lot of SAF population across there. And I think it's a bit more accessible from a SAF point of view, traveling up to Paris and the likes of that. I'll be interested to see how many we'll see in Australia. But we're going to have lots of plans. We're going to be reaching out to content creators over the next year to try and set up stuff for the World Cup to make sure we've got kind of like extra content that we're going to do that side. Hopefully run into a couple of the big pundits and the likes of that. So big plans, people. Big plans. And Kateta says, do you think that if worse comes to worse, could we see Kwagga Smith at wing and the emergence of another full hybrid player from Rassie? So Kwagga Smith actually made his debut for the Lions at wing. Fun fact. So he is very much an option at wing. He's done it before. And he might have to do it again. And Gareth said, Sia can move to 8 if need be and shuffle Visa maybe at 4, 6, 7. Yeah, I mean, I think in that regard, you can put Franco Mossa at 5 if you had to. But I mean, we've got a lock option on the bench. But yeah, so if you have to replace Ruan Nokia, then you've got Franco Mossa who goes to 5. You've then got Ben Jason Dixon can come on at 7. You could have if Jasper Visi gets injured, for example, then you probably go Circulisi at 8. We got Kwagga Smith at 8, and anyway. So, yeah, I mean, forwards is not an issue at all. There's basically, especially the loose forwards, isn't like-for-like replacement. The only person on the bench that there's no like-for-like replacement on the bench is Ruan Nokia, but you got Franco Mostert in a starting lineup. So we're pretty well set with regards to our options and our placement options and the likes of that. So we're going to you get there in the day. We're going to wrap it up there. Ricardo asking, do you think Nino Buzz came back for the World Cup? I think that there's probably a higher chance he does than he doesn't at this stage. Kids says, Doc Craven said tight head is the most important position. She said, okay, in that case, I'll pick 3. And Jacques says, yeah, I can't argue with that. This backline's powerful to say the least. Well, thank you very much for jumping on. And we will see you guys all on Saturday for the watch-along. It's going to be a lot of fun. We got Lions versus Bulls before that, so you guys can come and join me. I'm going to be my Lion shirt for that. Got to get that out and dust it off after a month. But yeah, please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Sports. And some big news with the Springboks confirming the list of unavailable players for this weekend, which is a combination of international players unavailable, as well as internationally based players, as well as several South African based players who apparently have also returned to their franchises. And actually quite an interesting mix of players. And I think it'll be interesting to sort of find out exactly what the situation is, because we have some Japanese players available, but some players who aren't. We have some South African players who aren't available, for example. Obviously, the vast majority of the squad are players who are based in South Africa, and they are available for this weekend. However, with it being outside the World Test window, there has to be agreements with teams to allow these players to play this match. And we never see, for example, English and French teams allowing that. And, we haven't seen, apparently some of the South African sides have also said that they want certain of their players back. So we assume we're going to see those players who have been released in our local sides. Alternatively, the Boks have decided they don't need them this weekend. So we haven't got an entire confirmation on exactly what the situation is. However, we have got a list of players, and it'll be very interesting to see, based on this list of players, who actually eventually makes the final 15, who makes the final 23, and kind of what we're going to get out of this Welsh game, which we do well to lose, given the fact that Wales will be out their internationally based players, for example, and a lot of their best players are playing outside of Wales. And it's a pretty depleted squad anyway. Before we get to the exact list, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. Right, this is the list that has been published by SA Rugby of players who are unavailable. In the forwards, no Malcolm Marx, no Thomas du Toit, no Bowen Venter, no Lord Diaga, no Arcus Neymar, no Pieter-Steph du Toit. So no World Player of the Year in Malcolm Marx. No Pieter-Steph du Toit is obviously a big one. And then to our backs, no Grant Williams, no Andre Pollard, no Molly Bach, Jesse Creel, Cheslin Colby, or Edville van der Merwe. So the big ones there are, your Grant Williams, Andre Pollard, and Edville van der Merwe, who are based in South Africa, but are still not available for this game. Apparently, they have all returned to provincial unions and clubs. So I don't know if that's, for example, the Bulls sitting on SOS and basically saying we need Andre Pollard back for this weekend, whether it's the Boks saying we don't need him to play against Wales, for example. My understanding is it's probably the former. That's why I think, Edville van der Merwe is coming back, Grant Williams coming back, for example, because I think that those are probably players that Sharks have said we've got to have them this weekend. We'll obviously only know for sure once we see the sort of the Sharks seat size and the likes of that name. Bulls taking on Lions this weekend, and quite frustrating that if they have an Andre Pollard, for example, whilst the Lions are without a Morne van den Berg, without an Asenati and Klaver Kanye, especially if like an Asenati Klaver Kanye doesn't play on Saturday for the Boks. But it's an interesting list because it doesn't mention Jasper Wiese, for example, doesn't mention Franco Mostert, who are players based in Japan, but apparently are available. The big thing we're obviously going to see is a new front row, given the fact that that's literally the starting front row from last weekend in Malcolm Marx, Thomas du Toit, Bowen Venter. This is why Bongi Minambi went and joined the squad. This is why they brought in Ntutuko Xunu. So my guess is we'll see an Ntutuko Xunu potentially even start or on the bench, obviously. Johan Grobbelaar probably to start, Bongi Minambi to come off the bench, or vice versa. And it'll be interesting to see if Wilco Low does play this weekend, or if they go with Zachary Portham and Asenat and Klaver Kanye off the bench and kind of just keep Wilco Low as an option. I don't think you need to play Wilco Low this weekend, for example. I think he's obviously had quite a big workload in the last year, so you potentially might be able to give him a rest. From a lock perspective, they don't mention Jean Klein being unavailable. I mean, my assumption that he is unavailable, but they haven't named him, so maybe there's an agreement with Munster. They don't necessarily need him for this weekend, unless he's just completely injured and not available at all, but we haven't been told such at this stage. So the lock's going to be, Eben Etzebeth, Ruan Nokia, for example, but we're not going to see Alert. We're not going to, well, Alert was, suspended anyway. We're not going to see an RKS Neyman off the bench. We might see a Franco Mostert, for example. Might we see him at 7? We're going to see Ben Jason Dixon at 7, for example. With Grant Williams having left, there are only 2 scrum-offs left in Morne van den Berg and Kobus Reinach. So, those will be our options. The worrying thing comes if there's any injuries. In the week, for example, and all of a sudden you have to parachute somebody in. No Hodge Pollard, no Molly Bach means we only have one out-and-out fly half in the squad in the form of Sasha Famigama Zulu, but you've got a Damien Willemse who can cover 10 if needs be. The problem is you've got the 2 players who are your 2 players to cover 10 and 15. You've got Cheslin Colby who covers 15. You've got Molly Bach who covers 15. Even Edville van der Merwe could potentially cover 15. So given the fact that we've got Sasha, we've got Damien to cover both 10 and 15. It's going to be very interesting to see how we pick the squad, because you've probably got Kurt Arnson who could potentially go back to the number 15 jersey if needs be, but it's left us pretty thin. It has left us very, very thin. To lose 12 players of what was I think a 38-man squad by the end of it, means that we are down to about 26 odd players in the squad. And it's, we've had squads of 26, 27, for example, but not often. So it's going to be an interesting team selection. As I said, I think if you're being brutally honest, it's a game we don't actually need. I think that obviously in the beginning of the year, for example, we spoke about wanting to get extra games and being able to build experience. And from that regard, it'll be nice to give a Zachary Porth another go. It'll be nice to give a Ben Jason Dixon a go. But I think we can be playing against such a weak Welsh side anyway. I don't think we're going to get a massive amount out of this game. And you look at, for example, the selection issues that arise. I just think that all around it's basically a game we don't need. I think that the Japan match was far more valuable with that extra match than this has proven to be. I mean, and a 5-match tour is a very, very long tour. So it's interesting that we did opt for it. And again, I think obviously if this was a different team from a Wales, although we always do seem to play, for example, I think, well, to be fair, I suppose we played England before, just as well we're not playing in England with a depleted squad. But I think, it's frustrating to be able to play against a Welsh side which is not going to be at its best, and it's already not particularly good. So it's going to be a frustrating game, I feel. But hopefully it just gives an opportunity to try and blood a few players, maybe take another big step in terms of maybe Damien Villeneuve running at 10, for example, maybe Sasha running at 15 for a bit. Could be an option. Maybe we're going to start Curly Answer at 15, see what he can do. So it'll be interesting to see how that kind of goes. Andre Ese, for example, maybe starts on the flank. These are some of the selection things we might see. We've got to really sort of weigh up our different options over here. But I think the main thing is it's not going to be a massive spectacle. We're not going to see an all-time classic test match. Because we just don't have two teams who are playing at high levels at the moment. In terms of the continuity of the Boks, for example, I think the Boks will be too much for Wales. Wales, hammered by New Zealand, were very spirited in the early stages, but lose players like a Louis Rees-Zammit, for example, who probably won't be available. And Max Llewellyn, for example, who won't be available. There'll be some key players in that Welsh squad who probably won't play. And I think there's a frustration over there in that, we want to be able to play against a Louis Rees-Zammit, who is scored a fantastic try over the weekend. And he's one of the few, world-class players that Wales do have. So, to not have him is a big blow. And you go look at the squad that Wales have released, and I think that there's only like 1 or 2 players that have more than about 30-odd caps. You've got Aaron Wainwright, who's still in there with 61 caps, but he's nursing an injury. You've got Gareth Thomas, who's got 43 caps. The next highest caps is Rio Dyer with 23 caps. But, no Thomas Williams, one of their best players. No Rees-Zammit, as mentioned. No Max Llewellyn. It's really, really frustrating not to have those sort of players. You don't have a Daph Jenkins. So it's not a good Welsh squad. It could be significantly better. And as a result, I think we're going to see a pretty one-sided affair. But it's always fun to play at the Millennium Stadium. So that's probably the only other thing. But what do you think? Given these injuries, where are you with your team announcement or your team prediction for the Springboks? Go check out mypicks.app and go get that registered. And, we will update the squad for the players who are available based on this. And then you can try and pick a team, which will be announced on Thursday. Let me know what you think down in the comments below. Smash a like on the video. Subscribe to the channel as well. Thank you very much for watching. My name is Steve. I'll chat to you soon.
Feeling pretty good. You must keep your hands here. A bottle of champagne.
And we are live. Hello, everybody. Good evening, and welcome to Forever Sports. And tomorrow is team announcement day for Rassie Erasmus and the Springboks, where we will get an idea. Well, we'll get the final idea of exactly what is going to happen this weekend with regards to team selection, which players are going to be involved, potentially 7-1 splits, 6-2 splits. No, for example, debuts and waiting, as far as we understand. But it's going to be a very interesting team announcement, given the fact that it is such a depleted squad. And, unless there's been a late addition, for example, that we haven't informed of, there's things like, for example, only 8 backline players available because of so many people having to return back to their franchises, both European franchises, Japan clubs, the URC franchises, from South Africa, for example. So a lot of people have had to basically leave the squad, and we got confirmation on Monday which the players were. And I mean, for example, it's things like Edward van der Merwe, Grant Williams, like Edward van der Merwe leaving on the back of Kurt Lawrence, for example, having left, not having a Cheslin Colby, for example, means that we're very short on certain positions. And we haven't been told as of yet that Rassie Erasmus or the Springboks have drafted anybody in. And if you look at, for example, some of the social media stuff like that, also doesn't indicate that there are new sort of players in and around the squad. So it's quite difficult to sort of know if there have been any sort of late call-ups, because there hasn't been officially anything added from a press release point of view. So we kind of have to go with what we've got to decide when it comes to sort of deciding our starting 15 for tomorrow. And I think that, obviously certain positions will very much pick themselves, just simply because there aren't other options. For example, Sasha Famagomazulu is the only out-and-out flower half in the squad. So the only reason he wouldn't be flower half tomorrow is if they go with Damien Williams at flower half, in which case Sasha pretty much has to go full back. And you're sitting there thinking we're very unlikely to do that. Not a lot of options, to be honest. And as I said, a lot of people say I'm being negative. I just don't think that this test needs to happen. I just think that you look at the players not available for Wales, you look at the players not available for the Boks, more probably for the Wales than the Boks. The Boks have used their squad so well over the year that this is whatever side you're going to pick tomorrow is still going to be a good squad. You look at the Welsh squad, however, and it's just not a particularly good Welsh side, and I don't think they're going to offer much of a challenge for the Boks on Saturday. I mean, you can be completely wrong, for example, but it just seems unlikely. And I think just the more you look at it, and the more the players are unavailable, the more you look at, for example, the situation that Wales are in, and the fact that those Welsh-based regions won't have those players in a time where they're really talking about the fact that they are so light on players from a depth point of view. They're not going to have those players available for them for the URC this weekend, so that's going to be a massive impact on the Welsh franchises and their URC campaigns. It's all just a bit messy. However, we have got a test, and we have to basically try and pick our side based on kind of what we know. So we're going to start with the obvious question: who starts at number 1? Now, to be honest, there's only 2 options, and that is Ntuka Kunu and Gerard Steenekamp. Now, last time I checked, Volkolo was designated in the match day 23 to be able to play at number 1. So we're going to throw him into the poll, but he's not a loose head prop. He is a tight head prop. I personally would like to see him not play this weekend. I think he's played a lot of rugby. I think we know exactly what we're getting from him, and I think that he's one of the players that we can afford not to really risk or sort of play this weekend. I think, the Bulls, for example, would very much like to see him sit out and be rested for when they get their Champions Cup campaign underway the following week, which is going to be a very interesting Champions Cup. And make sure that you, by the way, have gone onto mypicks.app. You guys have gone and submitted your team prediction for this week, as well as start getting involved and start getting yourself organized for the Champions Cup, Challenge Cup. We will be posting our official links to the Forever Sports Champions Cup and Challenge Cup leagues, for example. You can go start creating your own internal leagues for those competitions and go and get yourself nice and organized so you don't come up. We've obviously still already got our URC league as well, so you can go get that. But let's get some votes going and decide who do we think is going to start in that number 1 jersey. Those are the props that are left in the Boks camp. No Thomas Toy, no Bowen Fenter obviously back at Edinburgh, Thomas Toy back at Bath. So we're down to just those 5 props. Obviously, we lost out Hendrik Wessels earlier, who I think would have played pretty much every single test had he not got that suspension. I suppose the only saving grace for him to a certain degree, not saving grace, but the good news for him is the fact that we did manage to package 5 games in. So those extra games they have eaten up into a suspension quite well. But he still has like another 5 games, and it's ridiculous. It's absolutely ridiculous, especially when you think that James Ryan, by the way, has got 3 weeks for that challenge against Malcolm Marx. So it's pretty poor, in all honesty. But anyway, so those are our options. And as I said, I personally would like to see, of those 4, I would like to see Wilco Louw sit out. I think he's played a lot of minutes. And I'd like to see the other ones, but I'm not sure we're going to go with that one. For example, are they going to bother giving minutes to Asante Tlabakanya if his hearing, which is supposed to happen in December, goes badly and he does receive a ban, which means that he might be out for a year, could be out a couple of years. I really hope he gets away with a bit of a slap of the wrist, and basically a bit of almost a warning, because the more you dive into it, the more that he did do his due diligence, but just trusted in medical help that was wrong. And it shouldn't have been wrong. He didn't go to a random doctor. But anyway, we're not going to go into that right now. So we're going to get some votes on this, people. Please do also smash a like on the video. Let me know what your My Pick side is looking like as well. Christian said his as always. And gone with quite a similar team to be fair, I think a lot of people are going to be quite similar with regards to this team. Just because it's just not a lot of people left. I think the most difficult one so far to pick has been the Italian game. Because there's a full squad. And we knew it was going to be rotation, but what kind of rotation? And obviously we saw, an Ethan Hooker and Kenan Moody partnering up for the first time and the likes of that. So going to some of the comments, Candy says, Welsh team released earlier, decent enough 23, will be an interesting matchup. It's a 23 of potential. There's some nice players there, but there's just no real international pedigree. You go look at, you take away an Aaron Wainwright, for example, who's been around the block. And I just don't think there's enough in that side, which really makes me a bit worried. You look at the side and you take away Aaron Wainwright, he got 61 caps. Gareth Thomas, I suppose, has got about 40 odd caps. But apart from that, Kieran Hardy, Rio Dyer, those are sort of your most capped players. Now, neither of those have ever been sort of sold on starters and played massive parts. If you look at, for example, the bench, there's only Callum Shee's got 16 caps, and Ben Thomas, everybody else have got basically less than 4 caps. So that Welsh bench is a disaster. It really is with regards to the international pedigree they have. And that's kind of more my point about why I think this game is very unnecessary. JJ says, you're right, we could have done without the game. Same for Wales, but it is what it is, so let's not harp on the controllables. Let's get into our making our side, shall we? So we've got 15 votes, 80% going for Instituto. So let's get him into that side, shall we? And you're going to move into the hooker position. So who starts at number 2? Probably one of the only positions where we have genuinely 3 options, and that's only because Malcolm Starden has become one these days. So you got option in Bongi Mbanambi, you've got Johan Krobala, and we're going to throw in a Marco van Staden as an option as well. So I do think he will start. I do think, he'll definitely be involved. Obviously, we need him to be involved. So it'll be good to see him back in a Boks jersey, because I think he's somebody who has had a really frustrating career where he's come through and had some fantastic moments. Maybe hasn't quite managed to have the consistency of getting a decent run and putting in those sort of performances and get him into the box setup. I mean, you saw, for example, Jan Hendrik Wessels kind of leapfrogged him. Obviously, due to injury, Bone Fenter's currently now sort of leapfrogged him. So he'll be frustrated at the fact that he hasn't been able to play much this season and this year, and he'll be desperate to try and make a point this weekend. And good to see him back into the mix. I mean, Rassie Erasmus kept naming him as a player who is kind of injured, but he's never been a constant in the side itself. So go and vote for who you think is going to start in the number 2 jersey. Dean said, hi Steve, how are you? Very well, Dean, thank you, very well. It's Wednesday evening, we're halfway through the week. The Lions are back this weekend. The Proteas hammered India. So I'm on cloud 9 here, to be perfectly honest. Very, very chuffed with how life is looking at the moment. So long may that continue. From a sporting point of view. But let's try and see if we also get sort of 15% of the votes, almost up to 60 people watching. So please make sure you go and smash a like on the video. Make sure you go and, as I said, go and vote on it as well. Go and get that vote in so that we can get our second player to the side. We've got about 16 odd votes. I did want to get to 20, and once we get there, then we will close up the thing and add him to the team. I've done my team prediction. I put it out a little bit earlier. And yeah, I'm really hoping that I come good, because I lost my lead last week by 1 point. So I need to make sure I try and respond and get back to the top of that leading board. Beating Green says, I think there will be more experimentation in the backline rather than the forward pack for this test. Well, you just can't experiment in the backline. There's just no players to experiment in the backline. We've got 2 scrum halves. Apart from that, we've basically just got enough for the backline, if you look at who's left. And that's, I think, the frustrating. I mean, a lot of people talking about Sebastian de Klerk. We've actually received no information that he's actually even there. So a lot of people are speculating about him, but we've actually not gotten any confirmation that he's actually with the squad. Whether it's any social media stuff, there was no direct thing from the Boks to say that he has actually been called up. So as far as we understand, he's not there, which I've been trying to find out. I've been trying to find exactly what's happening. But literally, if you go look at all the press releases, the last time he was even mentioned in the Boks press release was that he was on standby. So we're not sure if that's the case. Beating Green says, that's what I'm saying. They're forced to use new players for the backs, but it's not really new players. It's just whoever's left. And we'll go to the backs in the main, but it's Damien Delendi, it's Andre Estes, it's Kane Moods, Ethan Hooker, it's Sasha, it's Damien Willemse. It's a lot of the same players, because those are the only players left. But let's put Bongi Mbonambi in there. We've got enough votes over there, so we can throw in Bongi Mbonambi. Let's go to the poll, and let's say who starts at number 3. The options being Zachary Porthen, Asanate, and Klabakanye. And Wilco Low. Those are your options at tighthead. And let's get those votes. Try to get to over 20 votes here, people. And Kitson saying, is Seb de Klerk even in the squad? Haven't seen anything. None either. And there's been no official confirmation. So he might be there. For all we know, he might be there. We have not been told. There's been no SA Rugby release that he is over there. There's been no confirmation from the Bulls that he's not available for this weekend. So the fact that everybody keeps speaking about him at this stage is speculation. There's no confirmation that he's there, and that's kind of what's going on. Even if you look at the I'm just even double checking the training video here, and I don't remember seeing Sebastian de Klerk involved. You can go look through the training video, for example, and it's unless I've missed it when I initially watched it, it's kind of the same people. I'm having a double check here to make sure I didn't miss it. But there's Andre Esterhazen, there's Sia, looking at people in the background, it's Eben. There's Morning van den Berg that we know. Yeah, so even on that video, for example, which is about the only site we've got in there, there's no evidence of Sebastian de Klerk being over there. That's it. So, yeah, it's an interesting situation, and yeah, I mean, in that regard, when we get to the back line, I think it becomes quite straightforward who's going to be where, because you've got to kind of look at then who's left. Candy says, surely the Bulls would want to keep Seb in Pretoria to prep for UBB. Well, this is the thing, first of all, they've got Lions this weekend. I mean, come on, biggest weekend of the game. And Dean says, guys, what is your score predictions for this game? Yeah, she's apparently agreed between Uckers and Rassi. Well, if it is agreed that he can go over, we haven't been told of it just yet. So that would be quite a wild point of view if literally they tell us that he's over there tomorrow when the team gets announced. As I said, he could be there. He might be involved. But at this stage, we've not received anything official from the Boks that he is over there and that he is in contention to be involved. So that's the problem, and wouldn't be surprised, to be honest. It would not surprise me if the Boks have got him over there and just forgotten to tell us, to be perfectly honest. So that's a big possibility that he could be there and we just haven't been told. I like to go on exactly what's official, and I've gone and double checked every single press release, naming the players that aren't involved, naming the players who have remained behind, for example. And an interesting one that has remained behind, and was picture getting off the plane, is Jean Klein, who's an option at number 4. So let's go through our lock options now. And I'll be quite frustrated. I don't know where I'm at, actually, and I'll tell you what I'm on about in a second. If we have flown somebody back up, I'll be quite frustrated to a certain degree if it's Sebastian de Klerk ahead of a Kwan Horn. I would love to see, if that's the case, if we need to fly somebody over, I would love to see like a Damien De Linde in at inside centre. Sorry, Damien Willems at inside centre, start Kwan Horn at full back. So I think that's a position we need to worry about more than wing. Having said that, I'm really hoping the Kwan Horn is all good and ready to go over this weekend for the Lions. And we get the team announcement tomorrow, and I'm hoping that really we're going to see him there because I need him to cook this weekend against the Bulls. So you decide who's going to start the number 4 jersey. I'm very surprised John Clayton. John Clayton shouldn't really be there. I mean, Munster did not need to release him, so that's quite interesting in the fact that obviously we made the request and said, listen, we need him to play, and Munster basically said, yeah, it's fine. Who's Munster playing this weekend? Are they just basically saying that they can do without him for this weekend? They are playing Stormers, who are undefeated. It is a depleted Stormers side, because obviously no Dane Willemse, no Sasha, no Kobus Reinach, no Ben Jason Dixon, no Zach Porthen, no... Who else is in the squad? I think that's about it from a Stormers perspective. Yeah, pretty much that. But it's still, it's quite a lengthy, quite some big players that are missing from them. So I'm surprised that Munster have allowed John Clayton to stay with the side and be involved in the Boks. Maybe there's a bit of a Munster Rusty arrangement there, and they said, listen, come on, do us a favor, do us a solid over here. But yeah. So winning goals says maybe Rusty will give Moss a redemption game. Candy says, yeah, fly Quan over. Bulls have Lions this weekend. No. That's it. That's the only reason I want him to stay, because I need him to cook against the Bulls. I need the Lions to come in and get the business done. Ironically, somebody else I say was talking about the Lions being such a disaster cloud, and I cannot actually believe how we managed to lose to Zebre, because if we had won that game, we would actually be sitting basically ahead of the Bulls if we had beaten Zebre. I know it's a big what if, but that is one of the games you have to win. So ironically, the Lions, who have had a terrible start to the season, are still in 8th, 2 wins out of 5. And 3 points behind the Bulls. So if we win this weekend, we can go ahead of the Bulls. Yes, we're already very well behind Stormers, for example, but we're also 3 points ahead of Sharks. So it could be worse. Jean Clayton's got 21 votes, got 43%. So let's go and throw him into the number 4 jersey. And let's start who's to start. Who will start at number 5? Your options being Franco Mostert, Ruan Norkia. And I suppose, in theory, he's never started there, but we've got to throw in Ebenezer just from a voting perspective, shall we? Ned says the Bulls are going to absolutely cook the Lions. Bulls are going to win 56 points to 17. Well, if you're that confident, then go lock it on my picks. Remembering that the Bulls are without Gerard Stennekamp, Wilco Low, Jan Kabbalah, Ruan Norkia, Marco van Staden, Kanan Moody, Kirkley Lawrence, and that's just from a Bok perspective, let alone a couple of the other injuries that they have. So maybe the Lions, but I think the Lions are going to really miss Asenat and Klavikanya. Morning van den Berg we can deal with that because we've got generational scrum halves every single bloody where we look. It's pretty wild how good our scrum half depth is. But so I think in many ways we'll miss Asenati the most versus Morning van den Berg because we've got a Harsh Impede, we've got a Nico Stain. We've got number 9s, thankfully. JGS says possibly play Moss at 7 or from the bench even and start Ben Jason Dixon. Yeah, well that's the thing. I think you've got in terms of your 7 cover, every single position has got somebody else who can cover it. There's no positions where nobody else can play there, but you'd need to reshuffle, and I'll talk about once we get through this team in terms of where we've got potential cover. So we're going to go with Franco Moss in the number 5 jersey, and let's now go and decide who starts in number 6 jersey. Who starts at number 6? Your options being Sia Khaleesi, your options being Kwagga Smith. If you're looking for who's actually available, what we've got, everyone that we've got confirmed is available is on my picks. We have also taken our people that they have confirmed isn't available. So I think it's 24, 25 players on there. Again, we don't know if there's been somebody added without them telling us. But we just can't. I can't just decide to put a player in if we haven't been informed. annoying that we're not being informed if that is the case. But yeah, unfortunately, we can't do much about that. Clint says, I'm late to the party. Ethan Hooker still with the Boks. He is indeed. King says, Oren says back at Loftus. He is, but he's got concussion. So I think the from the sounds of it, he wasn't going to be able to be available this weekend. He might have recovered. Be very annoyed if he does play, just because that makes the Bulls side a lot stronger. Ned says, yeah, Pollard will play this weekend. Yeah, he has been sent back, as has... How many else of the Bulls went back? No, it was just him from the Bulls. Sharks, Edelfun, and Mervyn Grant Williams have gone back. Who else was there? I think that was just the South African players that went back. So let's go and decide who's going to start. Everybody was pretty 50-50 between Siya Kolisi and Marco for starting. Jean-Andre, to be honest... It's difficult. I mean, I think that the whole Cash van Rooyen situation, my biggest problem is, and I'm not saying that we need to keep him, I don't think we get infinitely better if we sack him. I think he's maybe part of the problem, but I don't think we bring in, a different coach and all of a sudden this Lions side just completely turns it up and all our problems are saved. I think we've got a much bigger structural problem. In many times, the Lions have overperformed for where they are as a squad. Sometimes they haven't performed as a squad. So it's difficult. I'm very open to options. My biggest problem is, who are those options? If you're going to replace Cash van Rooyen, and if there's an option up there that's exciting and is a big trade up, great. I think that the support coaches are good. I think Ricardo Lopes has done a good job. I think Jacques Faris made a big difference. I think Julian Reddinghuis, for me, is the heir to Don Human's throne. I'm just not fully convinced that Ivan van Rooyen is the crux of the issues at Ellis Park, when players are eating hot dogs, for example, when we're losing every single player of our season, for example, and the likes of that. Right, so we're going to put Malcolm Starden into the number 6 jersey. Let's decide who's going to start in the number 7. Who starts at number 7? Your options are Ben, Jason, Dixon. That's your BG Day. BJD. Get there in the end. I'm going to put Ronald Kier as an option to start in the number 7 as well, as then always sort of Quacker Smith is always an option, although I think Quacker Smith will be a very important player off the bench this weekend with regards to a potential 7-1 split and the likes of that. So, Candice says, reckon we'll see Rassie turn hooker into Estes in 2.0. He's also a big boy. I think at this stage they'll more focus on trying to get him to be able to be a centre and a wing before they need to worry about converting him into potential forward. I was actually trying to think, what other players in the circuit right now around South Africa could kind of do that hybrid forward backline role? I'm trying to think of potential players who could fill that role. Obviously, I mean, we've seen, for example, the reverse. I mean, Swayze de Brain wanted to convert Chiva Diamani into a centre, and he said that he reckons that's where his future lies. And then he went to the Stormers and proved that number 7 was really his position. And he's been good for Racing, not been sensational, hasn't torn the league apart, but he's been solid. So now we got to decide on number 7, and then we get to number 8, and then I think we're going to pretty much select the easiest backline picks we probably can. So it's going to be an interesting one. Kenny says this weekend, maybe, but I just think that Ethan Hooker is so valuable under the high ball as a wing, for example. I think that's where, at this stage, I think he adds a lot of value. Andre Estes has never kind of had that skill set under the high ball, for example, or even that turn of pace. To be honest, Ethan Hooker's rapid, so maybe late stages of his career, if he slows down a bit, for example, he could go into that role. But it'll be interesting to almost do a show and decide, what kind of hybrid players could we see down the line. What other players? I mean, I think something, for example, maybe Renzo Duplessis could probably potentially play like a centre, the way he carries and the likes of that. Very, very quick around the park. So let's get those votes up. Well, we can actually put Ben, Jason, Dixon, and everyone's sort of add those votes. Now we're going to have 3 options for who starts at 8. Who starts at number 8? Your options being, I'm going to put Siya Kolisi in there. I'm going to put in Jasper Wiese. And we're going to throw in Quacker Smith. I don't see why it wouldn't be Jasper Wiese. There's no reason for that, to be honest. So those are the options over there. Going to the comments, Mikey Larry says, isn't the players going to be totally burned out playing these games and going straight back into the URC so quickly, Steve? Yeah, so there are mandatory rest periods that all, especially the South African players, well, the only South African players, have to abide to. So that's why you'll probably see somebody like a Ruan Nokia will probably get a month off in like a January, for example, maybe a February, where he has to be rested. They have to have mandatory downtime. And that's why we saw Thomas Latoy initially not involved in the Boks training camp, for example, in August, because he had to have downtime. So for some of these players, it is a lot. Remembering some of them didn't play URC, in terms of when they were after the rugby championship, they kind of had 2-3 weeks where they didn't play. So from that perspective, some of them have had that kind of rest. The big thing is the minutes thing. You kind of look at the full season and you kind of look at how many minutes are being played, and what where they are with regards to that kind of workload point of view. So if you've got a player, for example, playing 20 minutes every game for 4 or 5 games in a row, that's very different from a workload perspective versus a player playing 3 games or 60 minutes. So they basically kind of look at your sort of seasonal workload, and then basically do it based on that. And then you have to have mandatory downtime, and there's only a certain amount of minutes you can play. So there is a cap on the amount of minutes you can play in a calendar year. Jasper Wiese, for example, when he was at Leicester Tigers and then came to the Boks, for example, I think he was the most played player, not paid player, but most played player in terms of the number of minutes he played in a calendar year was more than anybody else, and that was a massive issue. That then thankfully it didn't really catch up to him. He managed to keep going, but that was where a big example of why they then had to sit there and say, we need to be better about this. We need to have better structures and better policies. Right, the next question is, who starts at number 9? Kobus Reinach or Morne van den Berg? Those are the only options at number 9, unless all of a sudden we've drafted in someone random. Maybe Harsham P's gone over there, who knows? But yeah, Jean Klein will not play for Munster this weekend. He is in the squad, beating gold records. Ethan Adams, future hybrid, not a bad shot. Max the Dark Lord says, one to start with hybrid model is Ethan Adams. There we go. Roscoe says, are there official caps for this game? I know it's up to Sari, and if Japan counted, would imagine this does too. It's an international cap regardless, as per World Rugby. It is indeed a capped game, regardless of whether the fact... It's still Springboks versus Wales. It's not like a South Africa A game versus... Which maybe they should have done. Maybe they should have done a South Africa A game and maybe look to bringing in a couple of other players if the franchise are willing to allow them to go. I think that the team will resemble a Springbok squad, but we are talking about 2 nations, and they're not the strongest teams. When you are missing, the Boks are missing, I think, without 12 players plus Noya Energy Vessels and the likes of that. So they are missing 14 to 15 main squad players. So it is very much a sort of second string squad at the moment. Obviously, there's a lot of first string players involved in it, but it's not your core sort of 36-man squad. Wales, very similarly, there are a couple of players you might start in your better Wales side, but also majority of the important and the big players play outside of Wales and aren't available this weekend. So Ross says, are there official? Net Records Moody's going to score 3 tries, and JGS says, yes, they'll cast for sure. It's an official test match. So, yeah, there we go. So, in terms of number 9, we've got Morne van den Berg with 69%. So, we'll throw him into over there, and then we'll do a very difficult poll at who's going to start at 10 between Sasha and Damian Willemse. And this is what I mean by there aren't a lot of options at a lot of the positions. And I'm a bit worried, to be honest, but I suppose the thinking at the moment is hopefully that only one player can afford to get injured during the build-up of the week. And then we have to go in 8-0 splits, because Kobus Reinach can obviously cover wing, and that's the thing. So I suppose we've been quite tactical with regards to the players we have kept. So Kobus Reinach can cover wing if he has to, and did it pretty well actually previously. So you've got Kobus who can cover wing. You've got Damon Delaney who covers 12, 13, and if really needs to be, can go into the wing. You've got Caden Moody who covers 13, 14, and potentially 11. Ethan Hooker covers 11, 12, and if he has to, 13. David Williams covers 15, 12, and potentially and 10 is probably the big one. So, for example, let's say Sasha goes down injured on Friday. Damon starts at 10. You probably then have Caden Moody starting at 15, not ideal. Maybe, and then you've got, your Kubas Reinach on the wing. So I'd be very surprised if they haven't brought somebody in, but we haven't been informed of if they have. They need an outside back. They're desperate for an outside back. Kyan Horn, for me, is the obvious person to bring in. He covers wing and fullback, which are the two worry positions. Fly half, Damien Williams can do a job, and if he gets injured during the game, Kyan Horn could play at fly half if he had to. That part could happen. I suppose Esters could cover fly half as well. Mikey Lewis, I wouldn't be surprised if Rassie picks a team none of us could have imagined him picking. What a great time to be a rugby fan. Jay says, I doubt Wales had a team below the Boks in mind. They're wanting to sell tickets and get in some money. And Onfamet says, so do you think we're going to have a 7-1 split? Well, unless they've added players to the squad without telling us, which they could very well have done, there just isn't enough backline players for it not to be a 7-1 split. So yeah, that's our number 10. Let's go start. Who starts at 11? And your options pretty much are Ethan Hooker or Caden Moody. And this is also the biggest problem, They have to be our wings because we've only got Andre Estes and Damon Delende as our center option. So Delende should probably start at 13. Unless, as we keep saying, they've dropped in players and without us being informed. Which I kind of hope they have to a certain degree. Otherwise, we couldn't be in a bit of trouble if we have a bad captain's run and a couple of players get injured. And it's not exactly somewhere you can put... I mean, look, captain's run, somebody could come over on Friday night. But jeepers, you don't want to come over on Friday night and suddenly be on a bench on Saturday evening. It's no. So we are definitely playing. It's a big risk. It is certainly a big risk. We've sometimes had 28-man squads, for example, which aren't particularly big. But even then, you've got a back three cover, you've got a number 10 cover, you've got a center cover, for example, and. So your options at number 11 are Ethan Hooker or Caden Moody. We're going to throw Ethan Hooker in there. No, that's not Ethan Hooker. We're going to throw Ethan Hooker in there. Get there eventually. And now we need to do our inside center. Who starts at inside center? The options being Damien Delende, Andre Esterhuizen, and I suppose in theory Damien Willemse, but if you put Damien Willemse, we're going to have to get creative with where he goes to full back and who's on the wing. Michael Harris says, I think Andre at 6 is a legitimate possibility. Delende on the bench. I mean, if you've got Andre started at 6, you've got Delende on the bench. I'm very interested to see who you're putting at centers, unless you're going to throw like Sia Khaleesi at inside center. Maybe Quacker Smith at outside center. There we go. Opposite says reckons Quacker at 12. But he says, don't think team will look like this. We'll see surprises. Well, I just don't see where the surprises come from unless they've got more players in. Because I'll tell you right now, after we do this, who we haven't selected yet and who's still available. And that kind of lays bare how small the squad currently is. And as he said we're probably going to train with 25 players. I'm not sure his 25th player is. As I said, I don't know who his 25th player, because when we've looked at, there's 24 players left. So there seems to be a potential extra player coming in, but we haven't been told. Candy says, roll the dice and stick us Nati at 15. I'm in. You sold. You sold me. I'm in. Right, so we're going to put Andre Estes in at 12. We kind of have to. Who starts at 13? Again, bearing in mind your options are Damien Delende, Caden Moody, but bearing in mind we also need a wing. So that's my only thing. Unless there are new players in the squad, I just don't see how it doesn't become quite a... Your only other options are, Eben comes in, or Ruin O'Keefe comes in, and then the number 4, 5, a Sia could start, a Quacker could start. Franco Moss could be started at 7, for example, ahead of Ben Jason Dixon. I'd be surprised. I think Zach Porthan and Ben Jason Dixon both start. I think Ntutuka Kunu starts. So I don't think that they can... I don't think there's enough players to really be that different. We could be in for big surprises, and you know what? If there are new players there that we weren't told about, you can't put them on my picks. Nobody would have gotten those points anyway. but we have to deal with the information we've been given. JGS says, are Stormers and Sharks in Ireland already? Maybe a backline player or two could join the Boks for cover, seeing as they're already there. Yeah, so I mean, maybe tomorrow we're going to see, but they are playing at the same time. Munster's playing at, they're in Ireland. So, yeah, I suppose in theory it could be a bit of a quick flight. So maybe they've got, who they got at the Stormers that could be? Maybe got Warwick Lunt. Imagine tomorrow, Warwick Lunt at 15, bang! Actually need to check the Stormers traveling squad, see if he has travelled. Sharks are also in Ireland, so Grant Williams and Ed van der Merwe have gone there. But maybe they've released Edville back, and we just haven't been told. So, yeah, so we've got Damien Delinde at 13. Little Angel B says, Rusty's possibly going to mix and match positions. That'll be a surprise, maybe. Yeah, I'm thinking Sasha on the wing, Ethan Hooker at 10, Morne van den Berg at inside centre, Kobus Reinach at outside centre, Damien Willemse on the other wing, Damien Delinde at full back, Andre Esterhuizen at tight head lock. And more in for that. NFR says, wasn't SC2 Imitabelele called up to Baby Box? So some of them trained and looked like Riley Norton. Again, we weren't even told about that, by the way. We weren't even told that they were invited to go and train with them. SC Rugby do not give us a lot of information, unfortunately. So, yeah, they were, but that was because the under-20s were over there on doing it. They were playing Ireland. So I think in that regard, they kind of just drafted them in. Maybe, I don't think we're going to suddenly see Cheswell Usta on the wing this weekend. But again, we don't get told these things. We don't get told. So hopefully there are some surprises, but we haven't been told that there are. So who starts at 14? Your options are Kanan Moody, Kobus Reinach, and technically Damien Willemse are the players we have left in the number 14 jersey. And then after this, we'll go through it. Kid Cynical says, roof is closed, Tony Ball engaged, pick all out wheels. Well, I mean, it's, as I said, I don't, so I think you could, to be fair, the big thing for me is I think the lock combination might be different, the front row combination might be different. I think that's pretty bang on for the back three. I'm pretty sure it's pretty bang on for the halfback pairing. And Les Kobus starts at 9. Morne doesn't really come off the bench, hasn't really come off the bench much so far in his career. He's generally started for the Boks when he has played. Kanan Moody's going to have 25 votes. So he's going to go into number 14 jersey. And then we're going to go into who starts at 15 between Damien Willemse and Kobus Reinach. Maybe we'll throw Kwagga Smith in there. So I think we're pretty... Kenny says, to be fair, I could see Reinach on the wing at some point. Yeah, I agree. And I think that's my only sort of saving grace is that if this is the genuine squad and they haven't brought anybody else in, if you've got Kobus on the bench, he can cover wing. And both wings cover center. And Sasha covers... The big problem is 10 and 15. If needs be, Sasha could go to 15. And... Sasha can go to 10. Sasha can go to 15. And Kanan Moody could go to, and Andre Esterhuizen could go to 10 if we really needed that to happen. If Sasha gets injured, Damien can go to 10 and probably Kanan Moody can go to 15 if that has to happen. So there maybe are those sort of options, assuming we haven't brought anybody else in. But we are going to put, there's an 8% for Kobus Reinach. That does make me chuckle a bit. But we are going to put in Damien Willemse into number 15 jersey, which means that is our side, people. So let me go and export that. Let me lock that in and bring that in as the image. And then we'll sort of break it down. I'll tell you exactly who's still left after we picked all these in terms of who is in the original squad, pending potential late additions. I think Rusty Russ has probably been on the phone quite a lot this week, saying I need players. So if we look at it, not picked so far. So your options on the bench at this stage are Jan Kobela, Eben Etzebeth, Sia Khaleesi, Wilco Low, Ruan Nokia, Kwagga Smith, Gerard Steenekamp, Kobus Reinach, Asnat and Tlabakanye. That's literally it. Unless they've parachuted players in. So it's wild. So here Raheem says, this game is going to feel like a deleted scene or lost episode. Still great for the victory lap. May the best my picks win. Yeah, you and me to hear. I tell you, I need to actually get on the phone and say, Rusty, if you've got like a secret for me here, come on, let me get to the top of that leaderboard. I can't have let it all the way up until the second last game. We can then be pipped at the end. It'll be heartbreaking scenes if that is the case. So that's the team we've picked. I don't think it's massively far away, in all honesty. I mean, it's pretty close to my team. I think the only difference is I've gone with, I think I've gone with Jan Koblar to start. But yeah, I mean, I think it could very well not start. I think if we go with the Bulls front row on the bench, Wilco Low plays, and obviously Jan Koblar goes to the bench. But I'm thinking if Asnat and Tlabakanye is coming on, maybe he'll come with Pieter-Steph and Bongi Benambi. Who knows? Who knows? And again, it's all pure speculation. So we could see some very big surprises in the squad. And Jay says, guys, why are we looking at negatives all the time? Maybe we don't need extra players. Let's be positive for a change. Mike says, well, I understand now what you mean. No surprise, unless 25th member is someone special. That's the only thing, is that there has been somebody else added to it. But yeah, it really is. It is not a lot. It's not a big squad yet. It really is a small squad. And of that, there's 4 locks. You know, there's 5 props. So we're expecting 1 prop not to play. We're expecting potentially both locks to play. All 4 locks to potentially play. And we're probably going to see all 5 loose forwards potentially play. So as we keep saying, unless there is a late call-up and we haven't been told about it, then that's kind of where we're at. So let's see what it looks like tomorrow. Please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. We will be live at 12 o'clock, which is when they are announced on the site. So make sure you come and join us there. Hopefully we get some surprises. Who knows? Maybe you've got Quine Horn at 15, Sebastian Slack at 14. Maybe you've got, what's his name? Henkel van Vyk at 13. You know, you could have some very interesting selections. But at this stage, that's kind of where we're at. But yeah, smash like the video. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sports. And World Rugby have officially announced the 2025 Dream Team with 6 Springboks featuring in the 15, which is obviously going to create a lot of talk and a lot of controversy with the picks, because there's always going to be people who believe that certain players have been picked over the others. And I think there are a couple of definite players who will feel very hard done by in the Dream Team, and a couple of surprise selections as well. From South African perspective, Sasha Fine-Zulu getting the nod as the number 1, number 10 in the world this year. It's probably a bit of a shock ahead of the likes of Finn Russell, for example, who, you know, has probably been the best 10 in club rugby, for example, and international rugby. Obviously, the Dream Team only takes into consideration international games, and I think that the run of form that Sasha Fine-Zulu's had of late has probably seen him get into that position. But it's going to be interesting to sort of see what the reaction is to the team and what everybody else's preferences would have been and who they think maybe should have made the team ahead of the ones that have been picked. Before we break the team down, please do smash a like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. This is the side that has been picked, and I think the biggest part about this is the all South African front row. I mean, it had to happen, didn't it? You can't have the weapon of the scrum that the Springboks do. You can't win matches almost single-handedly with scrum dominance and then not have, you know, the Springbok scrum. Right, hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sports. Are we ready, ladies and gentlemen, for the final match of the year? The Springboks have had a long year, probably the longest year we've ever had. And should we win today, it will be the most successful season from a winning percentage point of view since 1998. So 27 years worth of years, and this will be our most successful season to date from a win percentage point of view in the 21st century. So there's a lot at stake, to be fair, and playing against the Welsh side that have been absolutely gutted by the fact that this is outside the test window, and the bookies even have us at 40-odd points. So I want to get you guys score predictions. I want you guys to do a bit of check-in. Let's do our sort of worldwide bingo. Let me know where you're watching the game from. Put that down in the comments below. And let's see if we can do a bit of a check-in and tick off our different continents from around the world. I'm also looking for someone who is going to be our official Forever Sports community score prediction. and basically put your cock on the block. And the first person to send a super chat with a score prediction will go into that box over there, and we will use it as our official prediction. And to be fair, we've actually done quite well as a Freo Sports community, so don't let the team down by putting in a bad prediction today, because things have gone relatively well over the last few weeks, and the Freo Sports community is pretty high. We're going to look at the team that Rassie Erasmus has picked in a little bit, and some very interesting selections that he has made, and I'm just excited to sort of see some of the big players sort of stand up. You know, your Asante Tlabakanya, Zach Porthens, they're getting a chance today. Moore van den Berg, for example, some people still not convinced despite the fact that he has scored quite a few tries early on, got a man of the match, and opportunity for players like Ethan Hooker to continue to make a mark. Somebody like a Ben Jason Dixon gets an opportunity today. Franco Mostert, somebody that people are saying maybe he's kind of over the hill. Opportunity for him to say that is not the case at all. So plenty to play for this Boks side, and really, really excited to sort of see how we go about things, and hopefully end the season on a really, really big high. So please do make sure you continue to check in and let me know where you're watching from. As I said, the first person to send a super chat with a score prediction will not only go into the Rusty's coaches box, but will become our official community prediction for the game. So wait and somebody see if who's willing to be that person. And please do consider joining the members club, trying to get up to 300 members by the end of the year. This is our last Bok game. Let's see if we can make it a goodie. And it's been such a phenomenal year. I mean, we got up to 100,000 subscribers last week. So let's hopefully celebrate this last Bok game with a big, big effort. And I need you guys to smash a like on the video. I need you guys to subscribe to the channel as well. Let's get the vibes going in that comment section, people, shall we? I'm seeing Anna Robinson saying, listening from Spain. I'm seeing Gary saying, watching from Duskloof in South Africa. Colin Hoffman's thrown in the first score prediction saying, Bokke 64, Wales 15. I went, I think, by almost like 60-odd points. I went big with my score prediction, and I still back it, to be fair. I don't have any regrets. I do back it. I'm thinking that this, if we get a good start, if we get a quick start, this could become a cricket score, to be honest. This could get ugly quickly, because there's just such little experience in that Welsh side. I think Evan Etzebeth has more, I think between Evan Etzebeth and Damien De Allende, I think there's more caps between those two than like the entire Welsh 23 or something stupid. So yeah, it's really not a particularly strong Welsh side, but no excuses. We want to be able to get out and get a job done. There's an opportunity for us to build, an opportunity for young players to get an opportunity and sort of show what their worth is. So they've got to try and treat this as a proper big test match and go out and get a big result. You know, that's the big opportunity that they've got. People can go and show what they're worth. And the big thing I think that we've suddenly maybe been critical of the Boks is a bit of complacency at times, not being sort of cutthroat, not being cynical enough throughout the year. So this is an opportunity for us to basically start and put in a full 80-minute performance where we put pedal to the metal throughout the game. We're actually watching from Durban. Local press is proud support, Boks supporter in Canada. So you're already 3 continents already ticked off. We're in Europe. We're in North America, we're in Africa, surely you've got somebody in South America, surely you've got somebody in Asia, and surely you've got somebody in that sort of Australasia, Oceania region. So let me know where you're watching from. Let's try and tick off those countries, and let's get some score predictions in here, people. Alan says, I would love to see the Wales take the Boks, but in reality, Wales 23, Boks 47. Being quite generous with the Wales, getting the 23 points there. Earlier, Retsi Manel said 73 for Springbok, 12 for Wales. We're going to have a look at the side that the Boks have picked and what Rassie Erasmus is sort of conjuring up. It's a very strong side. It's arguably the biggest backline we've ever picked from a physical point of view. It literally probably is. You know, I think you've got Sash van der Zulu is the shortest after Moore van den Berg at 185. You know, at about 90-odd kgs. Everybody else is north of 185 and north of 90 kgs. So it's a huge backline. And it's a tall backline as well. So I think we will see a lot of aerial balls. I think we will see us really challenge Wales in the air. And Roy Chase throwing in a prediction of SA 54, Wales 22. Let's go have a look at the side that Rassie Erasmus has picked. And when we get back in, I want your final score predictions. We've got National Anthem starting in about just over 10 minutes time. So we still got a bit of time to sort of wrap up and get subscribing and get smashing the like button, people. There's over 500 people watching, only 52 likes. That's a 10% like ratio. It's pretty poor, people. Let's get that like ratio up. Smash like on the video, below the video as well, not just on the chat itself. Daniel Grootboom says, Daniel Grootboom from South Africa, Boks 42, Wales 20. Right, let's have a look at the team Rassie Erasmus has picked. And when we get back, we'll get our final sort of score predictions in. Look at a little bit of couple of the Wales players to kind of look out for and sort of see which players might be able to cause the Boks one or two problems. Hello everybody and welcome to Forever Sports. And World Rugby have officially announced the 2025 Dream Team with 6 Springboks featuring in the 15, which is obviously going to create a lot of talk and a lot of controversy with the picks, because there's always going to be people who believe that certain players will pick over the others. And I know there are a couple of definite players who will feel very hard done by in the Dream Team, and a couple of surprise selections as well. For Samuel Victor, Sasha Fun. Right, so there it is, the 7-1 split from the Boks, which we knew was coming. We spoke about it in the week when we did our live shows. We knew, given the fact that the Boks had been down to a 24-man squad, essentially. It was the weirdest thing because Rassie Erasmus had spoken about a 25-man squad. We had kind of done the maths about taking everybody who's been released and saying that there is no 25th man. That there are only 24 players. Turns out Dwayne Vermeulen is the 25th player. So we haven't seen anything. But if there were to be a last-minute injury within the forwards, Dwayne Vermeulen would actually go onto the bench for the Boks. The man's packed his boots and would have actually probably warmed up with the Boks, in fairness, today in pretty much full kit and the likes of that. And hopefully he would have then seen and said, right, cool, we're all sorted. Now we can actually go take a spot in, well, to be fair, he runs the water. So wouldn't have been much of a change. But imagine that had come true. But in terms of Wales, well, I tell you what, it's a very inexperienced Welsh side. A couple of an uncut player on the bench. But if we look at sort of the players they're going to lean on, Garrett Thomas, one of the more experienced players, Dowie Lake in that front row, they've got to try and find something in the front row to make sure that they get a little bit of parity at scrum time. Apart from that, you've got the likes of Attain Plumtree's a nice player. Aaron Wainwright will be a big ball carrier for Wales, and he'll be very, very busy. Kieran Hardy, the most the most experienced player rather in that back line, and he'll have to really dictate things to try and make sure that they sort of stay in the game. It's a big game with Dan Edwards, the young flower, being back to the number 10, a back three of Rio Dye, NSB, Blaine Murray's a bit of talent there. I worry about Blaine Murray. He struggled under the high ball previously, and obviously that's where we expect the Boks to absolutely bomb them. I just don't think there's enough big sort of players, literally. You've got Ben Carter, Reece Davies as your sort of two locks, and young players. Not small by any means. I mean, Ben Carter's about just under 2 meters tall, over 120 kgs, and you've got a Reece Davies who's slightly smaller than that, but not very experienced. And you compare that to then having a Jean Klein, a Ruan Okia, who might not be massively experienced from a Springbok cap point of view, but Jean Klein's a World Cup winner. He's been there, he's done that, he knows what he's all about. And Ruan Okia has been one of our strongest players this year. So, we're talking about a player who's really in form at Jean Klein. You've got a Jasper Wiese number 8 jersey. The back row is very physical. And then you've got a 7-1 split. So you've got 7 forwards coming on in that second half. So there's a lot for Wales to try and contend with. And I really struggle to sort of see where they can find inroads. I think that's the biggest problem. It's not a case of can they, make a difference. It's where do they find that point of difference? Where can they find, a few percentages where they can find a little bit of parity? Because you look at almost every single individual aspect of the game, and they just don't have the same quality. You look at the scrum, for example. You look at the breakdown, and I just don't think they've got much of a breakdown threat. You look at the aerial threat, for example, and not much of an aerial threat in comparison to what the Boks have. You look at a running threat, for example. That's probably their biggest thing, is that I think it's quite a quick backline. So you've got to try to keep ball in hand, got to try and find opportunities to go in wide, try and see if you can beat the Boks with pace. But, I mean, it's not like it's a slow backline from the Bok point of view. So we're going to go up to the latest score prediction, which is Daddy Black saying best team in the world, SF48, Wales 17. So we're going to lock that in as our official prediction. So we're going to go to Springboks up to 48, Wales up to 17. And we're going to lock that pick in as our official pick from the favorite sports community. And there it is. So in terms of what the average pick is, 95.6% are going with a Springbok win, which isn't particularly surprising. Just 4.4% predicting a Wales win. I love the optimists. So whoever those are, keep being optimists, keep dreaming, and maybe one day something like that will come true. But please do consider becoming a member. It is the pinned comment over there, trying to get up to 300 members by the end of the year. Big shout out to everybody who has joined the members club throughout the Autumn Nation series. Our final game of the Autumn Nation series, our final Springbok game as well. It's been an incredible year. Last week we were celebrating 100,000 subscribers, so it's been a pretty incredible year for us as a channel. Kubus Rana coming out for his 50th cap. He'll be off the bench a bit later. He is the only backline player on our 6-2 split bench, and he's probably had the year of his life, really, in terms of a form point of view. He's been so good for the Boks. I think a lot of people already kind of bin him and to say, we need to look to the youth, we need to look to the future, and he basically very much put his hand up and said, I am not done yet. So a big shout out to him for doing that. Players that refuse to get written off, players that continue pitching up week in, week out. And he's been one of them. He's been a quiet member. He's had to bide his time to really get his chances. He was kind of usurped a few times by the like of a Herschel Yankees who came through so quickly and got the backing. Then you had Jaden Hendrickson, for example, who was who suddenly became a big option for the Boks. If you become a member, by the way, you get a little animation on the screen, the likes of that, which is a lot of fun. So please do consider becoming a member. You can get that little animation, the likes of that. The teams are just going out. We're going to move into our national anthems very, very shortly. Then we will have kickoffs. So last opportunity to lock in your score predictions on mypicks.app. We will be rating the players on my picks after the game as well. So lots to look forward to from an engagement point of view. And hopefully you guys have all managed to register on my picks. Hopefully you guys have been putting in your predictions and kind of letting us know where you guys stand. It's not a completely sold out Millennium Stadium. There are seats at the back over there. It does look pretty full, though, to be fair. I tell you what, the Principality these days, which is called sponsorship reasons, puts on one hell of a show. There's a full band out there. They've got all the lights are off except for on the players. I think it was against the All Blacks last week. They basically had the entire stadium was dark except for the All Blacks. So they put on an incredible spectacle. And it's a fantastic play. I'd love to go watch rugby there. It is one of my bucket list items. That and Murrayfield are the two stadiums I'd really, really like to go watch rugby. Probably the two stadiums I'd love the most to go watch rugby in. Yes, your Eden Parks, for example, Twickenham's to a certain degree, there's Dublin and the likes of that, but the Principality, or some of them, or Millennium as we know it, and Murrayfield are my two top ones that I'd like to go and watch a game. And you can see that it's just, you look at like the Millennium Stadium and, roof closed, the fireworks, the fire, the flamethrowers, the whole spiel. They put on one big show. And I'm hoping that by the time I get there, Wales themselves put on a bit of a better show than what they have in the last few years. But it's not been a good year for Wales. But maybe this is now a final opportunity to maybe sort of show something. Just show a little bit. Take on the best team in the world and make a name for yourself. This is the big thing a lot of these players have got to be thinking to themselves. This is an opportunity for them to go out and stake a claim. Show what they're all about. You've got nothing to lose, everything to gain. You go put on a big performance, and you really sort of put yourself on this map. A lot of these players playing for spots in the Wales squad. A lot of these players aren't nailed down members of the squad. Even your more experienced players like a Kieran Hardy is not a nailed down member in the Wales squad. So they've got a unique opportunity against the best team in the world to put in a performance and get themselves in the mix, keep themselves on Steve Tandy's top list of players to bring in for the Six Nations in a couple of months' time when we get going again in February. So that's got to be the attitude from the Welsh players. From the Boks players, there's kind of no pressure at the same time, but sort of Rusty spoke about the fact that a loss today will undo so much of the work they've done throughout the year. So whilst they know it's not going to maybe be the best Welsh side they've played, they're very aware of the fact that there's nothing for this Welsh side to lose, absolutely everything to gain. And as a result, they're dangerous in that respect. But let's go into the national anthems. When we return, we will have kickoff. As I said, last opportunity to get your score predictions in, to let me know what you think is going to happen. And it's also a bit of a check-in to where you're watching the game. But let's go to the national anthems. And when we're back, it will be kickoff.
Amen.
Right, the national anthems are finished and done, and we are ready for kickoff over at the Principality Stadium. It's going to be a big game. And I think that we're about to see a big scoreline here. So your last opportunity is really to get your sort of scores locked in, and a couple of people going big. Ian Stevens says Bokke 39, Wales 28. He's reckoning a bit of a close game over there. And we've then got Victoria Bullen say SA 36, Wales 31. MJM Filming says, can't wait for this game. Wales are not going to be easy, but I back the Boks all the way. Well, let's hope it's not too easy. I'd like to see a competitive game, but I think if the Boks get into the swing of things, it could become very one-sided quite quickly. Cav saying, Springboks 49, Wales 14. Wales will have kickoff, by the way. Looks like they'll be playing left to right in the first half. Boks receiving kickoff, and the man in the middle, Luke Ramos, today, has got the whistle. Hopefully we don't talk about him too much. Hopefully we have a much less busy game than what Matthew Carley had a week ago. MJ and Film America, SA 42, Wales 24. And this says, do you think Wales will score a try? I've got them down for one try. I reckon I'm giving them one try so far. But that's it. And right, and to the left-hand side that we do go. We are underway over for the final test of the year, and an early touch for Jasper Wiese, who met well by his opposite number in Aaron Wainwright, one of the few Welsh players with a bit of pedigree, really, in this side. Been around the block, and has probably beaten the Boks, actually. He has been part of that side that's beaten the Boks. As we go to the boot early on, and Ethan Hooker will give chase. Ethan Hooker goes up, and Ethan Hooker puts it back into the hands of Ruan Nokia. Very good work there from the number 5. Quick ball, and Mooi van der Berg decides to go himself as the ball sort of skewed outside the ruck. Rushing on Welsh defence, was putting pressure on the Boks. Probably the right decision. Goes short now to Jean Klein. Jean Klein pops it up. David Willemse. David Willemse really sees a bit of space. Goes to the boot and lands it just inside and pins Wales back. We see that so often with David Willemse. Likes to play the territory game. Puts the little kick in behind. Puts them in behind. And I think the main thing for me is it's time for that, ladies and gentlemen. It is a Saturday afternoon. It is the final game of the year. And cheers, everybody, to what's been a very good game. And what's been a very good year of rugby. And over the top, they go to Wales. Good variation for the line-out. And Kieran Hardy waiting for a couple of options. And they go short to Kieran Azarati, the big tight head. And now taking his time is Kieran Hardy. He's going to go to the boot jet. And Rio Dyer is going to give this chase. Ronald Kier gets his timing wrong. Goes pretty deep, though, to Kieran Hardy. Rio Dyer is afterwards. Ethan Hooker goes up. And caught on the ball by Rio Dyer. It's a good kick chase from him. Now Mooi van der Berg goes to Ruan Nokia. Ruan Nokia on the halfway line. Now Mooi van der Berg immediately looking to go to the boot. I think we're going to just see an absolute aerial threat. It's going to be a bombardment of bombs as another one goes up. And Ethan Hooker will give chase. And Ethan Hooker takes it out the air brilliantly. This is what he's done so well all year in the Boks with turnover possession on the 22. Now back from Jan Kobler. Cross it coming for Sash van Gamazulu. Seeing a bit of space over there. Almost a bit of a fumble, but he's actually done very, very well there as Ellis Mee, who puts the kick in behind. Does find touch. Very, very good kick that from Ellis Mee. You can just see the tactics, though, from the Boks. Mooi van der Berg goes to the boot, lifts it high. One back by Ethan Hooker. As soon as it goes back to Sash van Gamazulu, he's looking to kick it into space. Maybe doesn't get the placement quite right. It's a great take, almost on the bounce from Ellis Mee. Decent clearance as well. The Boks will have a line-up, though. So still an opportunity to build from set piece. That's a good take coming from Franco Moss as well. Siklisi pops it up. Jasper Wiese goes short to Damien Delendi. In the number 13 jersey, I'd wager maybe 3, maybe 4 times. A bit of space out wide for Caden Moody. Holds on. Caden Moody with a bit of space. Tries to go for the chip and chase. That's pretty awful, to be honest, from Caden Moody. And it should be a knock-on, probably a scrum here from Wales. Kenny Moody trying to go with the kick and chase. Literally just completely missed it and ends it up knocking it forward. So not the best moment that coming from Kenny Moody. Yeah, literally just misses it as he's trying to chip over the top. But already finding a bit of space out wide, and that's the main thing that the Boks going to try and exploit, is try and get outside, out wide, get those one-on-ones, and try and really punish Wales. The first scrum of the day. This is going to be an area that I think the Wales are going to struggle. This is obviously the Boks have got the best front row in the world. This is the Bulls front row. We've got a free kick though, and I think we'll see a lot of this. So the Wales not taking their hit over there, and the referee's going to have to be very, very careful at letting them get away with it too much. And the free kicks are down the field. They go. Damian Willemse underneath it. And looking for touches, Damian Willemse. Looks like a pretty good touch finder as well. Should be back in Wales territory. It is just inside their own half. What a player he's been since coming back from injury, Damian Willemse. Such a reliable operator. One of the best in the world on his day. And my early shot a few years ago was he's the future world player of the year. And I think if he has a fit year next year, then next year could potentially be it. Great defense that Morne van den Berg gets up very quickly and tackles Wales well beyond the gain line. It's a very underrated part of his game, Morne van den Berg, is his defense. Very Faf-like in terms of leading that rush defense and putting pressure on opposition. Now Kieran Hardy's going to go to the boot. Quite a lot of players there. Me will lead the chase. One of the few taller players in that, and he does knock it back to his Dennis Me and into the hands of one of the Welsh players there. So turnover ball is Wayne White. Oh, it's hammered on the ball though, and kicked ahead. The ball goes back to John Klein. John Klein goes to Morne van den Berg, but apparently knock on in it. But we'll go to the knock on. X Factor was actually knocked on by a Springbok player in the tackle itself. Big tackle there. I think it was coming from Jasper Wiese. But yeah, Edis Mee's going to be an important player given his height. Knocks it back. You can just see he's putting his arm in front of Kenny Moody. He's looking more for the breadbasket as it comes, and that manages to knock it back towards his players. We're going back for the initial knock on, which was knocked on in contact. Look at the pack weight. South Africa 936 kgs, Wales 895. So yeah, it's a pretty big difference, isn't it? And look at that, look at it. Oh my goodness, it's been absolutely decimated. That is one of the best scrums you'll ever see. It's going to be a very, very long day for Wales. From the get-go, and they just literally pushed the ball, well, pushed the scrum back over their own ball, won the penalty, and that is very ominous. Very, very ominous for Wales. As Sash Zulu goes to the corner. And let's hope the Boks will start getting going here, people. Get a nice early try. And the problem is you've got Aaron Wainwright who can't even try and push. He's got to just try and get his hands and get that ball out as quickly as possible. Because they're literally just going to run through that scrum. Back to Franco Mostert at the back of the line now. Looking for the rolling more here of the Boks. There's a Welsh man at the bottom of it. Has he collapsed it? No, says the referee. Ball available. Morne van den Berg goes to the short side. That's Van Zulu. Runs into a lot of traffic, but fighting hard in the contact. Now, Gerard Sennekamp, his first carry of the day, getting a rest start. But I think this could actually be his first start for the Boks. Morne van den Berg pops it up to Ruan Okeo's coming around the corner. Now goes to Franco Mostert. Some people saying this is his last dance as he brings an end to his Springbok career. Not sure he'll agree. Now Sasha, bit of space. Pops it short. Coming around the corner is Andreas Dessen. Gets away with Damian Willemse. Holds on to it. Gets away from one. Still goes Damian Willemse. Support does arrive. Ball available from Morne van den Berg to the right-hand side. Wilco low. Sucks in a few defenders. Morne van den Berg goes to the left-hand side. Franco Mostert. Good energy this year from the Boks. Pick up and go from Siya Kolisi. Getting away from a couple. Makes a yard or two. Morne van den Berg looking for options. Goes short to the right-hand side. Good energy this from the Boks. Now Jasper Wiese. Met well in the tackle, though. Slow ball this time from Morne van den Berg. Goes to Siya Kolisi. Nice big contact there from him. Trying to hold him up. There's Aaron Wainwright. But he gets him down, and the referee says the release. Slow ball here. Damien Delaney's going to come in for a pick up and go. He operates as a bit of an auxiliary flank to Damian Willemse. No, he actually pops up for Wilco low. Now Pieter-Steph, he's going to pick up and go. He sees him in a half gap and he slams it down. That's awful defense from Wales. And the Boks have taken just 8.5 minutes to get the first try of the match. Well, they ran through the scrum. That gave them a good position. And since then, the momentum has been one-way traffic. And the worst possible start for Wales is to concede early. They've done just that. And Pieter-Steph, yeah, just sees a bit of a half gap, to be honest. Didn't even actually really have to muscle his way over. So not the start that Wales would have wanted. And no issue there from Sasha Farmer Gomazulu. So a good early start here for the Boks. And a big welcome to Abangile, who's just joined the Freedom Sports Members Club. Right, so we're going to end up that poll over there asking who you're supporting. And the next question is, how many tries are the Boks going to score today? That's my next poll. How many tries will the Boks score? 1 to 4. No, let's do 1 to 2. 2 to 4. 4 to 6. Or let's go 8 plus. Go and vote. We've gone to the high ball immediately and driven back here. But now a bit of space on the right-hand side here for Wales. Daniel Delindi has to get across. Commits the tackle, and the ball doesn't quite go to hand, so it goes out. It'll be a Boks line out just past the halfway line. Bit of space out wide for Wales. Call comes from Morne van den Berg to Johan Grobelaar. And the Craig Morgan reckons 10 tries. Roy Lawrence reckons 7 tries. There's 2 people going over 7 tries. Well, we've got try number 1 so far in 10 minutes. So if you score every 10 minutes, that's 8. And immediately, Morne van den Berg shaving for the box kick. He's the perfect player for this. He's got such a good box kick. And all he goes, and Kane Moody will give chase. Esme gets away from Kane Moody, but wrapped up by Johan Grobelaar. And Ruan Okeer's over there to make a use of himself, but gets removed quite quickly. Kieran Harley looking for options. Dowie Lake is there, the captain. Met hard by the Bulls front rowers in Gerard Stennekamp and Johan Grobelaar. Goes to the boot as Kieran Hardy. Nobody really sees Dave Vincent eventually rocks up and takes it fantastically out the air. But no one there to really steal it over here. So caught a bit napping there with the box. It was a good take from Dave Vincent. Sasha back. As the kick comes behind, he sees a bit of space. He hammers it back himself. But well scrambled. And ball back inside now. Bit of space. What does Ben Murray want to do? He goes to the left boot. He sees a bit of space out wide. And David Vincent's going to have to go and fetch. It's going to run too hard much though. I think it's going to run dead. Yeah, it does indeed. It'll be a all the way back where Blaine Murray kicked it. He left it right to the last minute, did Damien Willemse. And it'll be a scrum basically halfway between the 10 meter and the 22 in front of the pole. So it's a perfect place. Batsmith says, watching a South African solo game creator living in Japan. In South Africa, we learn rugby in kindergarten and teamwork in grade 1. Yeah, 100%. One of the first things you do is get given a rugby ball when you're born and raised this side. Right, so big scrum now for the Boks. You'd imagine penalty advantage. So the question is, what have you got cooking here? You know, what's some of the set moves that we've got ready for us? It's taking a while to get going. Here comes the second shove. There it is. There it is. There's the penalty advantage. Jasper Visa pops up to Moyne van den Berg. They're going down the right-hand side. Sasha now pops up to Damien Phillips on the angle. Damien Phillips pops to shows the goes. Ethan Hooker back inside. Ethan Hooker strolls over. Try number 2. And off we go, people. As I said, this could get very, very long for Wales. They don't be careful. Far too easy. Far too easy. Set moved on the right-hand side. Even as it popped up by the feet of Jasper Visa, the first thing he did was throw it out to Moyne van den Berg so they could start the set move. And all it was Sasha Zulu looping around with Damien Phillips with a decent amount of pace. Pops it up to Ethan Hooker. He comes back inside. And try number 2 within 15 minutes. And Sasha now to add the extras. He didn't quite win World Breakthrough the Player of the Year, did Ethan Hooker, but he's back on the scoreboard. Damien Williamson with a little try assist there. To the left-hand side now, and that looks like it's gone too far. It has gone too far. And when you're under, yeah, you can see the frustration from Dan Edwards, because when you're under this kind of pressure, you cannot make silly mistakes. You can't make poor mistakes. And putting it out on the full is a dreadful mistake from Dan Edwards. He just puts all the pressure back on Wales. And I'm scrumming back on the halfway line. This is going to be penalty advantage. Immediate opportunity for the Boks to try and attack once again. It's really, really poor. You can't kind of make those kind of mistakes in these situations, because all you do is just compound all the pressure that's already on you. Big welcome to MJM Filming, who's just joined the Fair Sports Members Club. As you can see, his little jersey on the right-hand side there. So if you'd like your own little jersey, please do consider joining the Members Club as the pinned comment in the chat. So scrum on the halfway, and one imagines penalty advantage. What are we going to cook up from here, ladies and gentlemen? 14-0 after 16 minutes. Try and score, what, a point a minute over here. At the moment, everybody reckons about 4 to 6 tries is the golden point. I think at this stage, you could have 4 to 6 tries in the first half, to be perfectly honest. Moyne van den Berg not putting that ball in because it goes directly down. A bit of pressure there on Kieran Azarati from Gerard Steenekamp. One of the top scrummagers in the world at the moment here, Gerard Steenekamp. Off the bench. Been used so well. And a big welcome to another member as Dana Verges joins the Members Club. Making it 4 members so far today. 76% of our goal. Got a long way to go actually get to that 300. Moyne van den Berg. Free kick for Wales. That's an interesting call there. He's tapping his boot. So up and under coming from Dan Edwards, lifts it high in the air. Tester here for Damien Phillips, who's called for it. Damien Phillips takes it once again. I mean, tell you what, Death Tax and Damien Phillips are taking high balls well. The constants in life. And Moyne van den Berg gets the penalty as he's come through. Has Garrett Thomas conceded the penalty. So a free exit. Again, discipline as well. From a Wales point of view. Such a good take from Damien Phillips. It gets slightly wrong right up against the head. I tell you, it's hammered on the ground though. TMO showing it. Nothing untoward, just a bit of a mistiming. And to the corner, well, to further down the field, goes Sash Famigama Zulu. Finds touch about the 10-meter line. Back inside Wales territory. Time and opportunity to get going. I want to be seeing a try at least every 10 minutes. That's kind of my match here. And I'm buzzing because, you know, we just beat the Bulls. The Lions beat the Bulls. I mean, which is never in doubt. Absolutely never in doubt. So now I need a big victory here. Protests versus India tomorrow. The weather's turned in South Africa. Might even be a bit of cricket tomorrow. The scenes as they go to Jean Clay and down in Moore van den Berg. Flat to Sash Zulu. He goes himself and it's just open up ahead of him. And he gets all the way to Sia Khaleesi. Sia Khaleesi with a space. Into 22. The Boks go. Moore van den Berg. To Damon Delendi. Pops it short to Sasha. Sasha gets it away but can't quite hold on. But he needs to actually hold on to that ball sometimes. Sasha basically almost sort of just redirecting it straight into the path of Franklin Master, but there's just so much. I mean, what is he doing? You got to wonder what I think it's Gareth Thomas is doing, leaving that kind of gap for Sasha. And he sees it and he goes straight through. He says, "Thank you very much." He does make the tackle eventually, but by then the line gap's been made here. Straight through. Pops it up to Sia Khaleesi. Good support play. And then just forcing the pass every now and again. Sometimes just forcing that last pass. Not quite on. Right, so scrum inside the 22. Let's see if we can actually get a scrum and if Wales actually take the hit a little bit. And they do manage to actually scramble. You do Wales, so the ball is available for them. Just inside the 22. Dan says, "Well done for pronouncing my name and surname 100% correct to the first try. Happy to officially be a member." You're not to go back and remember how I said it, to be fair. But thank you very much and welcome. NJ and Filming saying, "This is my 4th live stream with you and I couldn't be happier." Well, we couldn't be happier to have you, as Wales do find touch. Decent touch finder, actually. In fact, they're going back for a penalty for offside against the Boks. So after the early storm, trying to claw their way back in your Wales. Please use, as I said, smash a like on the video. And Richard says, "Working and listening feels like the old wireless days." Well, I suppose, yeah. It's kind of where we're at, you know. You don't even have to watch me. I mean, you're missing out on this, whatever this is. But put it on in the background. The last time wearing the Boks jersey for the year, people. What a year it's been. We're going to be doing a lot of fun content next week, like our best 15 of the year, you know, our World Cup squad barometer, winners, losers of the year, for example, debut of the year, maybe play of the year. We'll do a bit of awards, you know, best moment of the year, that type of thing. Aaron Wainwright on the back of the line. Nice big carry from him. To the left-hand side goes Kieran Hardy, goes short to Tane Plumtree. His dad will be out of a job at the end of the season, but he's certainly just getting his rugby career sorted. Little chip over the top, and Damien Williams is having to scramble a little bit. That's a high tackle. That'll be a penalty, and immediately goes up to Blair Murray and apologizes. Just gets his timing completely wrong on Damien Williams. So a pretty straightforward penalty to give. Sean says, "I'm a Boks supporter, but FFS, I want the Welsh to stand up like the Irish. Come on, Wales, believe. If you love rugby and prove the naysayers wrong, play more than you think you can." I think that they are the ingredients for a good Welsh side. I don't know how quickly it's going to take. I don't know if we're going to see it maybe towards the end of next year, whether we might see in the World Cup, but I think that they are the ingredients. I think there are some very nice young Welsh players. They've just got to find a way of keeping them and getting them some experience. But good line out there to Sia Khaleesi at first receiver off the back of the line out, as he often is. Moore van den Berg, my guess, will be lining up for the kick. Indeed he is. And Roanoke here after it, as is Kane and Moody. Gets the time slightly wrong, but knocks it forward as Ellis Me. So knock-on advantage. Like double knock-on. So it'll be a scrum for the Boks, and that's exactly kind of the point. We go to the boot, so we can either force a knock-on, take a scrum, or else we look to contest and try win the ball back itself. So yeah, I think that this Welsh side can play. I think that they've got some really... I mean, I think Lewis Rees-Salmon coming back is a huge boost. Genuinely, I think it is a big boost. I think he's a world-class player. And you need players like that. And he brings a bit of star quality, you know. He brings a bit of, you know, big names to it. And it just makes the Welsh side seem a bit bigger. And it gets, and he's also, you got to get that support. You got to get the money, and you got to get the fans to buy in. And players like a Rees-Salmon, for example, your star quality, your big name players, they bring crowds in as well. So scrum now, in a very good position here from the Boks. And we're going to have another reset here as we try and get a bit of stability going a little bit. Craig Moore says, Lions beat the Bulls. What? I mean, yeah. Obviously, I mean, it was never in doubt. I said this throughout the week. The Lions are the goats here, people. In fact, the Lions will have gone ahead of the Bulls after today's win. And potentially, I think, potentially, with the bonus point win, they were a point behind Leinster. So, bada bing, bada boom. Things you love to see. There's the scrum. There's the scrum. Waiting for the penalty advantage. There it is. Now Moni van den Berg uses it. Goes short to Andre Esterhuizen. Andre Esterhuizen pops it short to Sasha. Not the best pass. Long pass out. A bit of a Hail Mary pass from Sasha. But Ethan Hooker gets past and leaves behind for Damien Willemse. Willemse stepping all around the touch line. And eventually gets bundled out. Trying all the different things, Damien Willemse. Not the best pass. 2/5 Zulu. Then threw out the back window pass. Thankfully, we had penalty advantage. So that's the nice thing. We can kind of almost muck around to a certain degree when you got that penalty advantage. But now we're going to go to the corner. Moni van den Berg wanted the boot. And Sasha will appear to kick this to the corner. So far, so good from the Boks. Not quite maybe as high of a scoreline as you'd like to have seen by now, but that is us getting very, very greedy, in fairness. Renton says, whatever the score, let it be a great rugby spectacle and hope the ref and team are not focal point anymore. Well, so far, we've barely spoken about the refs, which is good to see. It's what we want to see. Right, Ruanok here. Give the rolling more now on the Boks. It's gone down. Moni van den Berg's gone to try and find it. And this could actually be turned over. It is indeed turned over. So a little bit sloppy at the moment from the Boks. They're giving all the opportunities to make a play here. Have not managed to do it though. So it will be a turnover ball. It will be a scrum for Wales. Not that that's a massive advantage for them. At the moment for the scrum, they're just trying to get that ball in and out as quickly as possible. I think Rusty a bit frustrated maybe at the fact that the Boks haven't been more accurate so far. Tony Brown to his left. I think it's Don Human's got the binoculars behind him. So scrum on the 5-meter line, but Wales put in. And I do manage to use it quite well, so ball's available. And to the corner they go. Wales, they do find touch, but only as far as the 22-meter. So attacking line now for the Boks. Plenty of opportunity for them. Haven't quite been able to make it work just yet. Actually, I lied. It's actually, I thought it'd actually come off the Welsh play. It's actually called Canan Moody, so it'll be a Wales line out. I'm not quite sure what the delay in here, but now officially we have to Dewey Lake. Now to the left-hand side. Good work that being done by Aaron Wainwright. Big hit coming there from Sia Khaleesi. Big hit coming from Franco Moss, who completes the tackle. Now goes to the boot, does Kieran Hardy. Lifts it high in the air. Kenny Moody underneath it. Kenny Moody takes it well. It's me, makes the tackle. Kenny Moody picks it up and has another go. Penalty advantage for the Boks. Moni van den Berg looking for options. Goes past Ruanok here. Sasha wants to chip and chase himself. This might yet bounce. It is going to bounce awkwardly. Damien Delend is there. And it goes back towards Blair Murray, but there was an advantage and we'll go back for the penalty. Having a conversation there is Moni van den Berg with the referee. Not entirely sure what the issue is or what he's having a say about. But into the 22, the Boks go once again. Need to try and score a try here, people. I said I want to try every 10 minutes. We're coming up on the half an hour mark. And no third try yet. And look here, down he goes. Jasper Wiese. Working hard in the tackle. Very good work there from Jasper Wiese. Ball available for Damien Delende. He's actually going to, we said a couple of times, he's almost coming to scrum off as Damien Delende. Once again, he's doing it again. Now this time he picks up and goes. Morne van den Berg lurking, checking his options. He loves a little sniper around here, does Morne van den Berg. And to be fair, with his try scoring record, why wouldn't you? Usually at the back of a scrum. Pick up and go from Bruno Kier. Looking pretty promising. Just short here. Sirkalisi will eye this out. Yeah, I was always going to show a dummy. The try line was beckoning for him. Ball available. Morne van den Berg sends it out to him. Sasha goes. Yeah, I'll tell you what. Ethan Hooker's made that. It's a really poor pass from Sasha. And it's forward. So we'll go back for the penalty advantage. Sasha's just butchered that try. I mean, if Lee literally just bulleted into Andre Esterhuizen, he would have gone straight over. So penalty over here. Surely this Boks looks to take the scrum. Potential penalty try on the cards with the way we've been scrummaging so far. Best sound in the world, that. So far, in fairness, Wales have managed. I think sometimes the Boks guilty of almost trying to force the issue. I think if they just be a bit more patient, we could probably find a few more points. But I reckon it's one of those games where once we get going, things could happen quite quickly. We just got to get going. You got to get the first couple of tries under the way, and then things will really start to come together. Going from here, running the water as he usually is, was almost ready to lace the boots and actually come on as a player if there were a couple of injuries. Brendan's the same as Island game, got to finish off in the last 5 meters. Traveling says, Sasha doing a half job with these passes. I mean, quite literally, in fairness, that was an awful pass. I think if he had a decent pass that Andre Esterhuizen goes over, that's on the bounce to Ethan Hooker, who had to come back inside. But the pass, it actually was over, in fairness, but the pass did drift forward. So a little bit more accuracy needed from Sasha. Andy Edwards and Dwayne Vermeulen, the two that run the water for the Boks. In case you're wondering who the other man is, our strength and conditioning coach. Right, and this is where Morne van den Berg has scored all his tries. The back of that Boks scrum. Wait for the penalty advantage. He'll go himself. I'm telling you right now, he'll do it. In fact, I tell you what, Jasper Wiese will not score an easier try than that. We've just pushed them over the try line. He looked to the left, the ball was over, and he literally just tapped it down. You will never score an easier try as a rugby player than what Jasper Wiese has just done. That was bizarre. Absolutely bizarre. The ball almost got kicked ahead and then it was just there. So he just basically slammed it down and said, thank you very much. Easy as you like. Well, there's the third try. Sasha had a conversation with Andy Edwards about a few things before he takes the conversion. I mean, I imagine the shot clock's on, but it is straight in front. So he's got a bit of time to have the conversation and then just pop it over, make it 21 points to 0. Yep, makes no mistake, does Sasha. Goes back and gets the tee, damn right. Respect your elders, get the tee straight into Andy Edwards' hand. Man's a World Cup winner, you're not. In fact, he's a double World Cup winner as Andy Edwards with the Boks. Underneath it is Jasper Wiese. Jasper Wiese, a solid carry from him. Morne van den Berg goes to will go to the boot immediately, as per usual. And does go to the boot. Right, a couple of chases here. Ethan Hooker will give chase. And it goes back into the hands, but John Clegg can't hold it on. So knock on advantage for the Boks. Ball turned over for Wales. Kieran Hardy fires it out to Mann. And they go back for, I think it was a double knock on. I think initial knock on potentially coming from Wales could be the call here. Yeah, just initially from Wales. So it'll be a box scrum. 7.5 minutes left on the clock. And surely we can get a little fourth try before we go in at half time. Right, it's backing out the scrum here. Morne van den Berg with ball. In fact, it has eventually been moved back to a Wales scrum. I thought it was. It was just weird that they start play. So obviously must have just been a Wales knock-on, so they're going to go back for the original knock-on. Penalty at scrum time for Wales. Quickly take on Kieran Hardy. And the referee going to bring him back. I tell you what, wasn't the worst idea from Wales, and they're still playing at the moment, but the whistle has gone a few times. So they'll go back for the penalty. Well, there we go. That's an unexpected win for Wales, the scrum penalty. Don't think we'll see too many of those throughout the course of the game, but nice then to get one or two. Doesn't look particularly happy as Rassie Erasmus, barking a few instructions. I think he's a bit frustrated at maybe the fact that we haven't been as clinical as and that's probably been a constant issue with the Boks, is that being clinical enough, and making sure that we take our chance when they present themselves, because we've been very good at getting ourselves into the right areas throughout the year, but maybe not been able to capitalize as much as we'd like. And it's ball over the top, so it's anyone's game, but it falls back into the hands of Dan Edwards. So Wales still have the ball, but on top of him was Andre Esterhuizen, who wins the breakdown. He is a flank after all. It's a bit of a cheat code having a flank at inside centre who can just win you jackals, as Andre Esterhuizen's completed his hybrid player transition. Right, Jan Koblan now goes to Jean Klein. Jean Klein. Andre Esterhuizen into the midfield. Nice carry from him. His first actual carry, to be honest. Morne van den Berg looking for options. Goes to Sasha. Sasha puts it in behind for Katie Moody to give chase. It's not going to quite stand up. It'll be a line-out for Wales inside the 22. Good territorial gain, that. Just pinging Wales back, putting all the pressure back on them. Right, ball available. Wales have managed to scramble and keep it. Kieran Hardy needs to find a good clearance, yeah. Not a bad clearance, but just in fact, it's not great. It's just inside the 22. It's turnover boy up from the Boks. With 4 minutes to go, surely this could be try number 4 here. Right, let's see what the instruction was to Johan Krobler. They go to Franco Mostert. He comes down with the ball. Available to Johan Krobler. Looking for the voting more now out of the box from the 22. How far can they go? Once is the call. Now he's going to use Morne van den Berg to Andre Esterhuizen. Andre Esterhuizen. Big knock came from him. Morne van den Berg to the right-hand side to Franco Mostert. Solid carry. Presents the ball well. Morne van den Berg pops it up short to Jean Klein. Well read that from Man. Now Wilco low. Boxed by 10 meters out. Jasper Wiese now. Decent defense this year from Wales. Now Jan Krobler. Good front foot ball here. Morne van den Berg switches the play. Slash Van Gomez goes up to Damien Phillips. Damien Phillips trying to get him around the outside. Big tackle from him. Gets the ball available though. Morne van den Berg is there. But big counter coming. Needs to get the ball out. Does get the ball out. Goes himself as Morne van den Berg. But penalty coming for Wales. Sasha and Damien, I think, guilty of running away from support there. They thought that the blind side was on. And this is the thing. We just got to keep this more simple. We keep trying to overcomplicate things here, people. So Sasha called it, seeing the space. Damien Willems, a big tackle coming on him. And then Ethan Hooker and Sasha can't secure the ball. So this is, I mean, we've got the opportunities, but we just haven't, as usual throughout the year, been accurate enough, taken our chances, been clinical enough. That's been our biggest problem this year, and that continues to be our problem this match, to be honest. Colin says, last game of the year will always be somewhat loser. The guys' minds will be very much getting back home, wherever that might be. Unacceptable. We have standards, and we need to meet those standards. Good line that coming, and as he played them in the air, Jean Klein notices the referee looking for the rolling more here. Is Wales. Jean Klein trying to go through the middle. Still very surprised that John Crane's even playing, to be honest. I'm surprised they released him. Did Munster. Still going into the rolling more here, though. John Crane's off his feet now. Sitting over the ball there. Aaron Wainwright controlling the things at the back there. Kieran Hardy waiting to take it if he needs to. And goes to the boots. As we enter the final minute, Rio Dyer will give chase. Ethan Hooker underneath it. Ethan Hooker drops it. And knock-on advantage here for Wales. Rio Dyer, almost forgetting which side he's supposed to be running, sends it out wide. Bit of space there for Dan Edwards. He goes across. And it's me. Can't quite control it. And we'll go back for the penalty. Good work that from Wales. Nice running more. Good up and under, winning the ball back. And a bit more of that will give them a lot more confidence. I can see the frustration down Edwards there. The cross kick was definitely on, just not quite managing to make it to pull it off. But in fact, they actually showed there was a knock-on advantage. So it is a South African lineup. Back down from John Klein. Sasha sends it out to Damon Lendy. He goes nice and direct. Maybe we need a bit more of this, to be honest. Now to the left-hand side. Esterhuizen fires it short, and on the crowd goes Henry Moody. He gets through. Options to the left and right. Goes back inside of Sasha. Sasha's got options. Got Morne van den Berg around and goes himself. Gets the pull down by 22. Morne van den Berg quickly looking at options. Pops it short to Rowan O'Keefe. David Eleni picks it up and goes himself. Slow ball now. Ball eventually available for Morne van den Berg. Goes short to Andre Esterhuizen. Backed up by Damien Willems and Jan Krobler. And Morne van den Berg goes himself, making a few yards. Still going, Morne van den Berg. Makes 5 minutes. Pick up and go from Johan Krobler. Now pick up and go on Jasper Wiese. 2 minutes out now of the box. Can they finish with a flourish? Ruan Nokia goes short to Wilco Low. With Siklees behind him. Wilco Low! Just short. Knock on. Referee says nothing on there. Calls half time, I believe. Well, Roberts thought he was away. Offside is the call. In fact, we'll go back for a penalty against Wales. Once again, close but no cigar from the box. Conversation with Derry Lake about the number of penalties that Wales are conceding. So Boks will have one last opportunity before halftime. Kick to the corner will be my guess. Don't think we're going to see the Boks take the 3 points so far this evening. Wales are hanging on. In fairness, Wales are hanging on. It is 21 points to nil, but they're hanging on. They've been under a lot of pressure. Rassi's up. He wants to go to the halftime chat. All right, taking the scrum here. We're about 10 meters out. A lot of the right-hand side to work with. We go in at 28-0, and it's a pretty decent half. I mean, you double that, 56-0. I don't think anybody would sniff at 56-0. But we probably should have taken a few more opportunities, to be honest. Right, and the scrum. Ball's available at the back. So Moine van den Berg goes to Andre Esterhuizen. Andre Esterhuizen just runs it straight as Andre Esterhuizen. He's just within a few meters. Moine van den Berg, short to Jasper Wiese. Just short once again. Moine van den Berg. He just has a knack. He just has a knack of finding the try line. Moine van den Berg scores. Jasper Wiese just short. Nobody in front of him. Pick up and dot over. Goes the little scrum half, and the Boks do get their fourth. I mean, he's got 6 caps and 5 tries to his name as Moine van den Berg. Perfect start way to go into halftime. Big carry from Jasper Wiese. No one really around. He just wasn't quick enough, was Kieran Hardy. He's got a knack, does Moine van den Berg. He's got a knack of finding the try line. So credit to him, to be fair. I mean, some people just have that kind of knack. And makes no mistake to Sasha. So easy as you like. We're going to halftime. 28 points to nil. Pretty solid first half. And let's hope that we can continue on the second half. Please don't go away. Please do smash like on the video. Please do subscribe to the channel as well. And we'll see you after the break.
Hold me close till I get up. Time is barely on our side. I don't wanna waste what's left. The storms we chase are leading us, and love is all we'll ever trust. Yeah. No, I don't wanna waste what's left. And on we'll go. Through the wastelands, through the hollows, till my shadow turns to sun rays. And on run. I've been all around the globe trying to protect your soul.
Right, welcome back for the second half. And the question is, can we hit another 28 points? Could we get to 56, 60 odd points against a Welsh side, which has been plucky, is probably the best way of describing it. I think the Boks probably could have been more clinical, maybe could have scored a few more points, but not quite so far. So I'm going to do a bit of a prediction, which is how many tries are we going to see in the second half? How many tries will we see in the second half? Big question mark as we get things underway, and it's a quick chase for Kenny Moody, but gets away from him. There's a Plumtree and into Jean Klein, who brings him down. The options are 1, 2, 3, or 4 plus. We saw 4 in the first half. How many will we see in the second half as they find touch to Wales, which means an early line out here for the Boks on the 10-meter line. Kieran Hardy's been pretty good, actually, with most of his clearances. A couple of poor ones, but look, I mean, he's behind a pack going backwards, a ruck under a lot of pressure, and not much going for Wales at the moment. They had a couple of good moments. Their mauls have been all right. The maul defense, as well as their own rolling maul. They've had 1 scrum penalty so far for themselves. Apart from that, it's been pretty much one-way traffic. And I think the Boks just do a few more basics better, then they should find a lot more try-scoring opportunities. As Damien Delendi carries up in the midfield. Morne van den Berg to the left-hand side. Left behind, though, by Jean Klein. A little bit sloppy there from the number 4. And offside advantage here for the Boks. So free roll the dice. Morne van den Berg delaying his pass goes to Andre Esterhuizen, who fights through a few tackles. He always seems to find a couple of extra meters. Now, quick boy, Morne van den Berg goes back to Sash Farmagols, who's in the pocket. He goes to the boot. Damien Delendi is circling, but Ethan Hooker will take this on. And it comes back with Ethan Hooker back towards Kieran Azarati, and we'll go back for the penalty advantage. There is a Welsh player down. And seems like he's in a bit of trouble here. Looks like well, Aaron Wainwright has the tape around. There's one player that don't want to lose out on. It's probably Aaron Wainwright. And I think the mess from Rusty Russell is probably just almost sort of keep it a little bit simple, to be honest. Just go back to basics a little bit and kind of earn the right to be expansive, earn the right to try and go around the corner, earn the right to go out wide. Having a look at this, oh dear. So Plumtree's hands actually come to the left-hand side and basically gouged Aaron Wainwright in the face. Completely accidentally, but he's literally got his right thumb. He's gone straight into the eye of Aaron Wainwright. I don't know if he's actually up. I actually don't see him. I don't know if you're going to potentially... It'll be a bit of a strange substitution if he can't continue. Bit of a freak accident there. Let's hope it's nothing too serious, because you can do yourself a nasty one like that. It looks like we are continuing without him for the time being. He's actually cut himself as Aaron Wainwright. Well, that's gonna be the end of his. That doesn't look good at all. His entire right eye is heavily swollen. He can't actually open it. He's got a cut as well. Let's hope that cut's underneath and there's not actually something in the eye itself, because that's not good at all. And Morse will come on for Wales. Let's hope that everything's all right with Aaron Wainwright. That looks horrible. But yeah, we got Morgan Morse in the number 20 jersey. But yeah, fingers crossed that there's nothing too serious there for Aaron Wainwright. He's a great player, Aaron Wainwright. Been a good servant for Welsh Rugby for a long, long time. Right, what can the Boks conjure up? They're on the 5-meter line. They're going to Frank Runokia in the front of the line out. Looking for the rolling maul. Right up against the touchline. Jan Krobler might actually have to take this out. Trying to remain patient, and he turns around, pops up to Morne van den Berg, goes short to Andre Esterhuizen, goes back on the angle as Andre Esterhuizen. 2 meters out now of the box. Morne van den Berg looking for options, goes short. Jean Klein into contact. Pick up and go coming here from Jan Krobler. Penalty advantage here. Are we over? Are we over? Is the ground? Ball's available. Giros Dennekamp just short once again. Wilco Low says, thank you very much. Easy as you like. You're never going to stop Wilco Low at that kind of distance. I mean, the man's thighs themselves weigh about half a ton. And a yellow card for Wales for continued transgressions. And that's going to make it a tough time now for Wales with that yellow card. So life is good. Life is good so far. If you're a Bok fan, nice early try to get things going. Hopefully we'll be a bit more accurate this half and try and kick on, really. but down to 14 men. This is going to become a very difficult time for Wales. They've also lost Aaron Wainwright. Not entirely sure who was actually shown the yellow card there, but let's get that sorted in the meantime on the screen. Right, so just getting confirmation on exactly who's been shown the yellow from Wales, and then we'll get up on the screen. But they are down to 14 men for the time being. And we'll sort out a number in a jiffy, let you know exactly who's on. So there's a replacement coming on. And it looks like it's a replacement at tight head. So that's going to be Chris Coleman, who comes on and replaces Kieran Azarati. Really struggling at the scrums of Wales. And they go quite short today. That's a bit of a different variation to Wales. They actually win it back, to be fair. It does work for the Wales. Dan Edwards goes very short. It's a bit of a grubber. And now a knock-on coming advantage. Actually, penalty advantage here from the Boks. To the left-hand side, Damien Elliott, first receiver, goes Sasha. Sasha with lots of options. Sends a long pass out wide to Kenny Moody. Pulls it back inside, but turnover ball, go back for the penalty advantage. Just trying to do too much there, did Sasha. It was a good kickoff, actually. He's gone 10 meters, bounced off the ankle of Ethan Hooker, gets past Ruan Hook here, and they almost win it back, but then a big counter-rack, and Wales guilty of going in skew is the call from the referee. It's Tane Plumtree, the number 6 jersey, who's made way off the field. So he'll be in the bin for the next 10 minutes or so, or about 8 minutes now. 12 lineouts won so far from the Boks, 6 from Wales. Double the amount of lineouts, probably shows a bit of the dominance we've had so far. And in case you're wondering, the South Africa Blitzboks are in action in about half an hour's time up against Argentina. Getting their season underway over in Dubai. Good line, straight down from Ruan Hook here. Morne van den Berg, flat to Damien Elliott. It's a nice pass out wide. And Jasper Wiese in the midfield there. Jasper Wiese has carried well and has got charge of his name. Skip pass from Sasha, stays back inside as Damien Willemse, then back around the outside. The fleet-footed Damien Willemse always seems to have a few tricks up, and Morne van den Berg goes short. Wilco low pops up to Sasha. Sasha fires out to Kenny Moody. Kenny Moody to Andre Esterhuizen. Andre Esterhuizen goes short to Damien Delende. He sees a half gap. Ball available. Geo Stellenkamp knocks it forward, but there's a penalty there for offside. Quickly taken here from Sasha Famagomazulu. Sees a bit of space, goes straight through and under the poles. He can't stop scoring. Can Sasha Famagomazulu takes it quickly. Over he goes. 2 tries within 6 minutes for the Boks. Easy as you like. Easy as you like. "19 caps, 8 international tries." Sasha Famagomazulu. I tell you what, there is striker. He could be one of our top point scorers ever. He just knows where the try line is, and this is the thing. You know, maybe sometimes he's guilty of overplaying it. Maybe sometimes guilty of making silly mistakes, but he's just got a knack for the try line. He's got a knack of finding a way to contribute. No issues whatsoever. He pops it over. So that is what? Try number 6 for the Boks, which means that is 17 points and counting so far from Sasha. Just too easy at the end of the day. Far, far too easy. So I'm thinking beers for Sasha. Beer for Sasha. All in agreement. Beer for Sasha. Lovely. Lovely, lovely, lovely. This time a more orthodox kickoff coming from Wales. And underneath it is Damien Willemse, who takes it well. And a bit of pressure. But the Boks do scramble and no issues there. And goes to the boot as Morne van den Berg. The likely only... it's a bit of a knock backwards. And everybody leaves it behind. So Wales do have possession. Ball pops over the back, actually. And Jean Klein, however, is not on his feet. That is silly from Jean Klein. He's an experienced player, much better than that. watching, and on the front foot, inside the 22. Can Wales maybe score with 14 men? Nice carry there coming from Mann. And Dewey Lake now. Good tackle that came from Jean Klein. Been good in defense. Maybe not been a bit great on the carry. Bullet pass out wide. Has to come back inside as Blair Murray. And looking for options. Steps inside of Geos Dennekamp, but runs into the ever-present Jan Koblar. Dan Edwards, ball over the top into... Oh, I'll tell you what, Kane Moody's kicked us ahead. Kane Moody's kicked it again. Has he got the pace? Kane Moody's going to go for the... I'll tell you what, he actually almost knocked it on. Needs to just keep it down. Kane Moody picks it up and over he goes. Try number 7 for the Boks. 3 tries within 10 minutes of the second half. And that's what I mentioned. The floodgates might well open. And that's too easy. Far too easy from the Boks. And we might have to have a look to see if there's potentially a knock-on. I think he actually kicks it out of his hand, though, does Kane Moody. So he actually probably be okay. We are going to have a check. We are going to have a look to see. Make sure this is a legitimate try, but potentially Kane Moody has got the 3rd try within the opening 10 minutes of the half. I don't know if it's checking the grounding or the knock-on in the... I think the grounding's all right there. I mean, I wouldn't say he doesn't have it under his arm, but it's got it basically tucked against his thigh. So I think that's all right. I think it might be checking the knock-on here. Yeah, this is what we're checking here. So the ball goes through. Yeah, and he knocks it backwards into his foot. So I think that's all right. I think this is going to stand, you know. Bit of a weird one. So on the bounce, he knocks it backwards and he kicks it immediately, though. So I think it's all right, to be honest. Unless they're saying that maybe there's a half a touch back onto his boot, back onto his hand when he kicks it ahead. But for me, that's probably the only issue. And going back towards the try, and it is going to be awarded. So, try number 7 for the Boks. Oh no, oh no, look at it. Look at it. We are making 8 substitutions. 8. All 8. Including Kobus Reinach, which I imagine will mean the end of Morne van den Berg. Unless, to be fair, I would almost look at the Kobus Reinach wing experiment. If there was ever a time to get some experience out on the wing, it would be today. You know, this is your best opportunity. The referee asking to see, no, they're not quite coming on just yet. They'll probably wait for a scrum, to be honest. But all but one. Who's going to be the one player who's going to stay on? My guess is that it'll be either Ruben O'Keefe or Franco Moster. That'll be my guess on the one player that stays on. Sasha, out wide to Damien Willemse, to Damien Delende. Damien Delende kicks it ahead. Couple of subs as well for Wales. Morgan Williams on at scrum half. All the way back out of 22. Kane Moody catches them on the ball. A lot of pressure coming through. And the ball comes at the Boks side, actually. So Siya Kolisi turnover ball. Well, he needs to try and score a try quickly because he's probably about to be replaced, this Siya Kolisi. Now a little chip at the top from Morne van den Berg, but Blair Murray does get back. And that could be the last contribution from Morne van den Berg before he put on our bomb squad. It's a nuke squad. It's an atomic bomb. That's what it is. It's ridiculous. Let's see exactly who's coming on where, what the chat's going to be, because this is going to be interesting. Very, very interesting. 8 players. 8. At once. In the 50th minute. Right, from the penalty, they don't find touch, though. From the 22. Dan Vince chips over the top. Not a great kick from him, but he needs to retrieve it. He does make him knock it back our own side. Koblar pops it up to Ruben O'Keefe. Ball over the top, and Andre stays it. Oh, it's the ref seeing a bit of offside there. Otherwise, we were off and on our way. No, they do find touch. Right, surely we will start to see our nukes. Oh my goodness, that's just childish. I mean, it's... Yep, What if Vandenberg will give way, so he becomes the sole backline player to be replaced. So Kobus Reinach on at 9, who has stayed on, and then we'll go from there. Franco Moss has gone off, as has Sear, as is Johan Krobler, so Ruan Makia, I think we'll see out the rest of the game. Indeed, indeed. Right, so on the defense though are the brand new players. It's basically more than half. It is more than half a team, and need to up quickly because Wales on the attack for the first time. It's a pretty poor pass all the way back. It'll go out for a line out. Right, Bongi Manami onto the park, straight to Eben Etzebeth, back to Kobus Reinach, and into Marco Verstappen. All the new subs getting involved nice and early on here. Kobus Reinach now will probably look to go to the boot here. We've got half an hour, just under half an hour left in the game. Goes to the boot. Not his best kick though from Kobus Reinach. But Ethan Hooker cleans up very nicely and comes away with it. So ball available for Kobus Reinach as he goes to the left-hand side to Ben Jason Dixon. Pops it up to Sash Famagama Zulu. Not too many options. Goes himself. Aaron Wainwright back on the park. That's good to see. Just a blood bin from him. Quacker Smith now caught on the ball. Back to Damien Willemse. Puts it up in the boot. Damien Delende will lead the charge, but it's towards Ethan Hooker. And knock on by Ethan Hooker. Damien Willemse does very well. But the space now, lots of space now for Ethan Hooker. He puts his head down. Man inside and Ruan Nokia. Ruan Nokia gets reeled in. Pick up and go though, coming from Eben Etzebeth. Up towards 22. Damien Delende. He's helped us scrum off a lot, to be honest. Now Zach Porthen. He makes a half break. Into the 22 they go. Damien Willemse goes short. Quacker Smith. And space ahead of him. And straight onto the park. In fact, no, it's Andre Estation who goes over. Well, it's a well-deserved try. Too easy, though, for the Boks, it must be said. And this is where it could start to get really, really ugly. Well past the 50 mark now and not slowing down with plenty of time left on the clock. We could potentially see a record defeat against Wales. Now, the biggest away win we've ever had was 52 points to 30. Our biggest winning margin was 83 points to 14. Our biggest win, biggest scoreline, it was 96 points to 36 in 2000. 96 points we put on 1990. And we actually having a look at this though, in fairness. So our biggest win at home was 83 points to 14. Our biggest win away was 36 points to 2. So this is already, at this stage, our biggest ever win away from home. Work to do if it's to become our biggest ever win against Wales. But we are having a check here, so this might yet be chalked off. Not entirely sure what we're looking at. There's a potential foul play. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. Oh, no. It's not looking at the try. We're looking at foul play. Looking to see if Aaron Wainwright... Oh, he does. Oh, no. They've only just gone back to 15, I believe. And that's now going to be at least a yellow card for Aaron Wainwright. So I'm just going to put that on the screen now. For shoulder-to-head contact on Sasha Famagama. So it's going to be a yellow card. The try will stand. And Wales will go down to 14. Oh dear. Oh dearie, dearie, dear. Yeah, there's the yellow card. Bunker check. Right, so Sasha to make this 56 points. And 56 points to nil is pretty hectic. It's just too easy. Space out wide. Andre stays and puts the hammer down. Over the line he goes with Blair Murray on his back. What a play he's been this year. Going to some of the comments, Lightsmith says, at this rate, they can put under 21 players on. April says, despite a horrible deficit, Wales are not just going to give up. The respect for the Springboks and for themselves historical, commendable indeed. Well, this is what the problem is that we kind of thought that this we might see. And it's going to be a very short player rating show, to be honest, because it's not like anybody's played badly. Andre says now he's still immediately looking to run. Damien Willems flat to Kane and Moody. Kane and Moody with space. Kane and Moody chips ahead. Damien Willems is after it. Bounce with the ball. Dame Murray does very well, but tackled by Dame Kubus Ranach back on the 10-meter line inside their own half of Wales. And goes short. Dewey Lake. Oh, he's driven backwards, but almost single-handedly by Zach Porther. That's a nice little moment for the youngster. Yandre Colby is not playing, so no, he is not on. We give the top. Oh, he's not at forward as Damien Willems. That's a rare error and turnover ball here for Wales. And a bit of space, actually. They want to use it. Comes back on the inside. Does quite well to get away from the tackle there. Does Danny Southwood. On debut, by the way, Danny Southwood. Nice moment for him and his family. Long pass out wide on the front foot. And there's a bit of space, actually, for Rio Dyer. Comes back inside. Gets across to Quacker Smith. And so reliable. Andre Estes over the ball. Has to be told to leave it. Morgan Williams now. Does well to get away from that as Ben Jason Dixon. Now to the right-hand side. A bit static. Chip over the top. A little cross kick there. It's a very good cross kick, actually. It is me. Damien Willems can't complete the tackle. Kaden Moody can. Ball available, though. And coming across as scrum off. Eventually does arrive. Does Morgan Williams. Now the cross kick comes once again. Ethan Lucas having to come across. Rio Dyer. Ball back inside. It's a nice little play. And Blair Murray stepping all over the place, but eventually brought down by Sash Famagomazuli right in front of Quacker Smith. Penalty, though. Says the ref, hands beyond the ball is the call. So, an early opportunity a rare opportunity for Wales. Almost kind of want Wales to score a point, you know, to be honest. Just I almost feel sorry for them, to be honest. And yeah, I said, I just feel so sorry for them as a nation. I mean, the Wales rugby union are just so bloody useless, and they've ruined what was such a good rugby nation. I mean, I love Wales. When they came over here a few years ago, Dan Bigg was captaining. We actually, when they beat us, it was almost beat us. It was such a cool series, and really cool to meet a lot of the Welsh players and the staff. Very, very under Wayne Pivac, very humble people. And I just wanted to see them succeed. Them and Scotland are my two favorites, and obviously my boys Italy. They're my favorites when it comes to Six Nations. Pick up Ngoya from Wales on the 5-meter line, though, so a bit of testing opportunity for the Springbok defence. I tell you what, I don't think that Joe Roberts has touched the ball until that. And Plumtree's down in a lot of pain, by the way. Penalty advantage for the Welsh. They go short to the debutant, Southwood. Now testing with the Bok defence. They pride themselves on the defence. They'll be desperate to try and keep a clean sheet. Good tackle from Asnat and Clavicania. Comes back on the angle, though, does Morgan Williams. And Andre Estesen completes a good tackle. Ball available. Popped up by Coleman. There's a bit of space out wide. Kenny Moo's going to have to watch out Blair Murray. Blair Murray eventually almost trips over Andre Estesen. Good stepping that from the number 15. And the referee says you can play it, but there was a penalty advantage. So they'll go back for the penalty. Colin says, before this game, Boks scored already 553 points with 223 against them. Must be one of the highest scoring seasons ever for the mighty Springboks. Well, that's over 600 points across 15 games. So, I mean, you're averaging over 50-odd points a game at this rate. And it's also going to be the highest win percentage in the 21st century to get to 86%, 86 point something percent across the year. Dory Lake takes it himself. A ball comes a little bit loose. Ebenezia gets the nice and quickly, so we lost a bit of momentum. Now over the ball, and Shirley will win the penalty. Does win the penalty. Andre Esterhuizen. That's a second turnover from Andre Esterhuizen. I tell you what, he's a man of the match territory here. That's 2 turnovers. Not to mention the try, not to mention the couple of carries here. I mean, he's phenomenal. Absolutely phenomenal. Can't believe he was robbed in the World Player of the Dream Team. Could have been a number 7, could have been number 12. And the Boks managed to see that out. Dana says, do you reckon we performed better on average this year compared to last year? Yeah, definitely. 1,000%. I think last year we saw patches and moments. I think this year we've just been a different beast. Yeah, we've lost that game against Australia. So annoying because we should have won by 90% win rate. We're having another check here from the referee. Aaron Wainwright, degree of danger not high, so he will remain at a yellow card. Which I don't mind, simply because we got to give him a chance here. Dave make an interesting observation saying that Kwagga Smith has taken over the captaincy, which is interesting given the fact that Ebenezia is on the park. It is a big call. But I back it. Kwagga the GOAT. Kwagga the GOAT. As Kubaswana goes to the boot. Ethan Hooker will give chase. I mean, there's also Bongi and Nambi on the park. Ethan Hooker can't gather. That should be a knock-on advantage. My guess, Ethan Hooker comes away with it, and we're going to be bringing it back for a scrum. And Matt Steve says, this game should never have taken place. It was always going to be humbling for Wales. The only thing they're learning is how to take a hammering. And Sheldon says, watching from Saudi Arabia. Thanks for the commentary. And there's still 20 minutes left. There is indeed. There is indeed. And Henry's saying, where can I watch the full game? Sometimes there's uploads on YouTube. I know that Supersport are showing full games on Supersport sort of catch-up type of vibe, DSTV catch-up. But, yeah, James Ratty on now for the Wales in the number 19 jersey. It is a Welsh scrum on the halfway line. Yeah, we are to the halfway line. That is the halfway flag. 20 minutes left to go. The Boks scoring almost 26 points in the second half so far. And they did that within about 15 minutes. First scrum, actually, since the replacement bomb squad's come on. So let's see how Zach Portman and Asanate and Hlabakanye match up. Oh, I'm just so nervous for when Hlabakanye is hearing. I really, really hope that they manage to I mean, he's done very little wrong. He's trusted oh, there we go, scrum penalty. And it's on Zach Portman's side. In fact, I think it's actually on the far side. I think it's Asanate who's gotten that scrum penalty. You know, he's basically trusted a medical profession who is in the rugby industry, gave him the wrong advice, and now he's facing a potential ban. So the biggest problem is that the onus is on you to basically say that you took every possible precaution, really. So his argument is basically he did, that he trusted in a medical profession who should know the game in the industry, and they gave him the wrong advice. So it'll be interesting to sort of see. I really hope he gets a slap on the wrist, like a 6-month ban, for example, get him back. In fact, how about a 4-month ban so that he's available for the Bok, for the Lions URC final at the end of June. Oh, what a view that is. A little drone shot outside the stadium. the river over there. Oh, I'm so desperate to go. I'm so desperate to go. And even next year, like I want to get over for the Bok end of year tour, but we're not playing at Merrifield. We're not playing at the Principality. We're not even playing at Twickenham. We are going to try and get over there for that last weekend. So at least we'll be able to tick off Twickenham and hopefully be able to watch the Boks at Twickenham. Not necessarily, maybe against England, to be fair. The nice thing is you do get to, you're guaranteed to play against. You see a watch a Bok game if we go over for that last 6 games. Nevid says, my prediction is 0.75. Evan Tina says, why can't they replace the referee after half time if he's not making the right calls? I suppose the problem is it's too difficult to judge a referee throughout the first half. I mean, it becomes very complicated and a bit of a dangerous sort of situation over there. But yeah, what I'll do to go watch a game at, do you want to put, you know what I mean, call me unpatriotic. My dream is not to watch Wales versus Springboks. Obviously that is. I would love to watch a Welsh Six Nations game at the Millennium. Like Wales versus England, Wales versus Scotland, you know, like a proper Six Nations clash at Millennium Stadium. That's a fantastic run by Andre Estes off the back. I'll tell you what, he's my man of the match so far. Keeping it nice and short here, the Boks back on the 5-meter line. Yeah, let's see if we can get up to 60 points on. Ruben Nokia goes himself. Space out wide. Kusran needs to make the right choice here. He goes with the men up and they go short and picked up on that bounce. And I tell you what, this man cannot stop. He cannot stop. Sasha Famigomazulu with the celebration is about to bring up the 60-point margin for South Africa. Colin says the average per game put us on 40 points to 16 before the Wales game. Yeah, this should set it up slightly. Not much, but slightly. So 59 points, kick to come. Wales will at least be back to a full contingent after this, but 17 minutes to go. To say, a friend of mine is on that side for work and scored a free ticket to watch the match out of the blue. Talk about lucky, yeah. And the sad thing is, you know, obviously we get to go as media, so we don't have to worry about getting tickets. You know, that part's not an issue. It's getting there. Quacker Smith, good under the high ball there. Big sake, that big hit that came from Asanati. You don't want to run into him. This is, by the way, officially the worst ever defeat Wales have had in Cardiff. So this is a record, and this was kind of the problem. We kind of thought that this was always going to be the case. And it could still get a lot worse. Rio die with a bit of space, but he's wrapped up and hammered backward. And the problem is, you know, as a Wales player right now, you kind of just feel that you cannot get away from anything. You just feel so choked. Good tackle that coming from Andre Esterhuizen. Wales won it back, though, from the kick. Knock on advantage for them. And the crossing was there, I think, to be fair, but not quite executed well enough. It'll be a line for the Boks back inside our own half. 15 minutes to go on the clock. And then, by the way, we're going to move to our player rating show. It'll be a quick one today, to be honest. Not a lot to get through, in fairness, when the fact we've got 61 points on the board. I don't think too many people are getting less than much of an 8. Do. Course Rana, ball goes up, and Evan Etzebeth's after it. I mean, we've now got Evan Etzebeth running and taking balls under the high ball like he's a flip and fly. I mean, fullback. I mean, this is getting a little bit childish now. Zach Porthenau just up to 22. We're busy competing sideways. Quacker Smith, look at that kind of hit from him. The ball gets ripped out and tackle and kicked ahead. And run onto the ball, actually, in fairness. But then that ball backwards, and the knock-on, says the referee from Wales. So in the rip, there was a knock-on. That's what the referees had to say. So far, oh my goodness, our points per visit is 4.7 points, and we visited them 13 times in the opposition 22. That's mental. Absolutely mental. Oh, come on, Sasha. That's so poor. Into the corner they go, but forward from Sasha. Just trying too much, trying too quickly there. Couple happened a few times, to be honest. Now, Damian Williams gone over. He's actually holding his back. I think he's landed a bit awkwardly. But back on the front foot go the Boks, and of course, trying to go short to Andre Esterhuizen. Right on the doorstep now, the Boks looking for another try here. Get up to that almost a 70-point margin. Go short, and Ruanokia goes over. It's just so easy. So easy. We're not even at the 70-minute mark, and the Boks will go up to 66 points. Dear, oh dear, oh dear. What are we saying over here? Taylor says, can't wait for Matt Williams' comments during the week. Yeah, what an absolute inbred. Henry says, I came on late for today's match. We changed an hour in France. How many tries have been scored? I think that's 8 now. John says, cannot wait for the boys to play England next year. They seem to be a little ahead of themselves. April says, I agree. Welsh kid is great. I mean, Welsh kid's always not. It's one of the kids I need, actually. I need to get I need to get more jerseys. I've got a internationally, the only jersey I've actually got besides Boks is France and Italy. I invested in an Italy jersey in at the World Cup because I just watched so many games of Italy. Felt like I was kind of like a second supporter for them. Need to get a Welsh jersey. Need to get a Scottish. I've got a Scottish jersey somewhere. I don't know if it still fits though. I wonder if it's a long sleeve actually, because it might be quite a nice little jersey. One of those old school cotton ones. I need to get. I don't think I'll ever own an All Black one nor an England one. I just don't want it. Almost bought a Kenyan Sevens jersey yesterday, actually, of all things. Anyway, 66 points to 0. 70 minutes to go. Well, 70 minutes. Imagine it was 70 minutes to go. 70 minutes has gone past. 10 minutes to go. Where are the Boks going to get? Could we get up to 80 maybe? Another 2 Traverse tries gets us there. That should probably be the largest margin we've ever between the two sides. Oh, that's come off the boot of Katie Moody, I think. As you're right. Taking a while to get back up is Katie Moody. Ball available. Wales back on the attack here. Can they find a consolation? This was already the biggest ever defeat from Wales, by the way. Unless they score a truckload of tries very, very quickly. It'll be their biggest ever defeat in Wales. And Elizabeth is making good points. And that's Ruan Okia's first try. Penalty. Quacker Smith, as per usual, doing the business. And I'm going to drop a link, people. I want you guys to go and start doing your player ratings. I know there's still 10 minutes left, but let's get the early bird here, people. The early bird gets the worm. So go on my Picks app and go and rate the players. Give them a rating between 1 and 10. And after this game, we'll go straight into a player ratings. Oh my goodness, that is so horrible from Sasha. He's even come close to finding touch. He's actually made quite a few mistakes today, Sasha, but he's also scored 2 tries. So, yeah, a bit of a all or nothing. We have won a penalty, though. There's no ways Andre Estes has not just found a 3rd turnover. This man is hitting GOAT levels. Imagine, he's an inside center, turned to flank, and today he's just gone and found 3 turnovers. My man of the match, by a long shot, is that man right there. That is an incredible shift. Absolutely incredible. Speaking of incredible, I need a portable charger to do a decent shift now so I can go celebrate the Bok win later and still be able to get an Uber home. But this is getting ugly. Very, very ugly. Knock on, though. Boo! Boo! So I have a scrum here. I don't think that really helps, to be honest, from a Wales point of view. 8 minutes to go. Craig says, I have a shirt with old Absa Canterbury original. What is my oldest jersey? I don't know what I'm very upset about is I had the one with like the rip, that Sassel one, which I loved. And I don't know where that ever went. I've got a cotton version of the World Cup jersey. That's probably the oldest Springbok jersey I have. Peter says, so Sasha scored 2 tries, and has he been doing the goal kicking as well? He's racking up a lot of points. Yeah, no, he's got plenty of points to his name today. I mean, how many did he have before this? I think at this rate he will break the record for the most points. I mean, he's 23 years old, and he's probably got 100, must be about 170 odd points already to his name at 23 years old. He's got 18 caps, so let's call it 20 caps. Times that by 5 and call it about 180 odd by 5. And I mean that's what, almost 1,000 odd? Is it 1,000 odd? Just short of 1,000 odd points. So I think if he continues to play like this, he'll go down as a record point scorer. Also, if we continue playing like this, that's also the big thing, is the fact that first of all he scores tries, the try threat, but also we've had to a lot of very straightforward conversions for him today. It's been pretty easy for him to score points. They've missed the hook, or there's a hand in there. Referee is penalty advantage. Yeah, Zach Portland's actually broken away with it. Bongi Manami now. Boks still going to break the 70-point barrier. Goes short to him, and Etzebeth dives over, and he goes over. Oh dear, this is getting big now. 73 points. It's getting horrific. It's getting very, very horrific. This poor Welsh side. That's my favorite comment of the day. Real Beckman says, Sasha Van on the Zulu. For our second choice flop, he's doing really well. I love that chat. Absolutely love that chat. My man's been so deep on the Marnie train. And I'm all for it. You find me there. You'll find me there. Marnie's my goat. Certainly my goat. Oh no, we're having a review. What are we checking? Boo! Let them cook. Let them cook. Did the Blitzboks win, by the way? This is a very important question here. Because they got hammered by Fiji. But did they... Did they beat Argentina? These be the questions. I don't know what we're checking yet. Takuba's right. Definitely had license to play that. You see, I mean, there was hand in there already. Then he takes it, picks it up. You know what the sad thing is? You can't even go and check the official Blitzboks account for whether we won because they just haven't posted. So that's flipping phenomenal. Maybe the Twitter feed has it. No. We just don't do social media, apparently, as Springboks Sevens. Let me go into the official website whilst we have this check. Colin says, closest to Andre for man of the match must be Ruan Nokia. Another big shift from him. Well, I can tell you right now, I bet you Sash Famagomazulu is nominated. I mean, I love the guy, but how he got nominated last week, I just do not know. Did we beat... Very important here. Did we beat Argentina? No, we didn't. Great. So our Blitzboks are back to being cuck. Sucks. Right, what's the decision here, boys? No try. No try. The 9 was offside as the call. Kubas Reinach judged to be offside. And that'll get ruled out. No, never mind. I completely lie. I thought he said no try. The try is standing. The try is standing. I don't know what I heard, but the try is standing. Sasha's busy readying up for his conversion attempt. And this to make it 75 points to 0. I mean, this is the kind of scores you see like when a South Africa plays against like I don't know, Namibia at a World Cup and the likes of that. You know, Chile. This is not what you like to see. Oh, he's missed. Ah, boo. Yes, shit. That's unbelievable. Joking, relax. Right, 73 points to 0. 5 minutes left on the clock. What are we going to finish with, people? Peter Smith says, appreciate the channel. I'm one of the many silent viewers, but big thanks. Well, thank you so much, Peter Smith. Thank you for joining us over the years. Or over the months, over the weeks, maybe, over the day, if nothing else. And big shout out to all of you guys. First of all, up to 100,000 subscribers. Next year, we've got a big year ahead of us. We're talking live shows. We're talking about on the road. We're talking about a lot of very cool things. We're going to try and potentially launch a brand new show as well, hopefully with a couple of big names involved. And trying to bring you guys the best possible coverage we can. So big shout out to all of you guys for the support over the year. We're not going anywhere. Things will slow down slightly in December. Even I need a bit of a break. And but we've got some big and exciting projects to work on. What did I say? The man of the match nominations are Sasha, Caden Moody, Esterhazen, and Willemse. Ruan Nokia should be there, probably ahead of Sasha, to be fair. And how Caden Moody snuck himself in there, I'm not entirely sure. Speaking of Ruan Nokia, back down, diving past from Night Runner. Good pick up that from Daylen there, knocked forward by Sasha. And Wales are now going to counter. Who's going to get there first? Caden Moody will just... Oh, they get the back aside, and I tell you what, David Willemse needs to get there. It'll go, cheap as me. They almost scored. Caden Moody, a little bit casual there, mate. A little bit casual. So well played by SME. Caden Moody thought it was out, and literally was over the line, and SME just managed to stick his right foot up and then say, nope, back inside it goes. Damon Willemse, thankfully, aware to the threat and just got in front of SME as that ball then went out. So it should be a goal line dropout. In fact, probably actually, or 22 meter, I think is the call. A reminder that after this, we're going to move straight into our player rating show. You guys can go and join that. You don't have to do anything. It'll redirect you right there. Basically, we're going to give you a bit of a summary of the game that was. And then go and give every single player a rating between 1 and 10 and wrap that up for the evening's coverage. We will have an audio press conference with Rusty Erasmus. Unfortunately, we don't, our person on the ground there very lately pulled out, so we won't have a video conference, but we will have audio from Rusty Erasmus later. And then tomorrow, obviously, we'll do a bit of a wrap-up. And then this week, we're going to wrap up the entire year. Lots of fun things. Our best 15 players, for example. Do a bit of a award ceremony. Maybe look at where our World Cup squad's looking like. A bit of a Bok breakdown in the week to come. So make sure you stay tuned for all of that. And make sure you subscribe to the channel as well. If you are new, please do smash a like on the video. There goes Dowie Lake. Good shit from him. He's such a passionate player. Big part of Wales. Sasha has been held up in the tackle. And I think the referee's going to call him more, yeah? She'll probably be turnover boy from Wales. 2 up right there with Sasha. Asante Klabakanya. We actually do manage to get the ball out. I'm not entirely sure how. And Andre Estesen comes away with it. Gets off that away to Kobus Reinach. Long pass out towards Kane Moody. Steps back inside as Kane Moody. 1.5 minutes. And we're going to go back. And a call's been made from the touch judge, I think, yeah? Oh, there's a bit of a fight here happening. And even Etzebeth's involved. As is Zach Paulson. Zach Paulson's just like, I'm not quite sure what to do, guys. I'm a little bit new here. But I'm just with Evan to just sort of see what's cooking here. Evan's laughing. I'm not entirely sure. I don't know. Do I like smack something? Do I he's still going as Evan Etzebeth. He's getting me very involved there. Zach Paulson's still involved. He's still like, Evan, what do I do? What do I do? Do I hit with the guy? Do I like smack him? Do I bite him? Like what do I do here? Asanati's having a bit of a hug session that's up there. They're having a good time. They're getting to know each other quite well, actually. It's Noob Doob says the face you pulled in your last sip of beer, warm and flat, agreed, which is why we have a new one. We have a new one. Cheers to the lads. Imagine me drank a beer per try scored. Yeah. I'll be slurring my words right now. That is the problem with the Watchalong. The beers do tend to get a bit warm. Mulani says this looks more like a cricket score than a rugby score. South Africa 73 for none. I'll tell you what, if the protest can be 73 for none tomorrow, I'll be pretty chuffed with that. Anyway, Alex Mann, Evan Etzebeth being spoken to by the referee. A wry smile from Evan. I think Zach Paulson's still trying to work out what he was supposed to do. Oh, that's great. That's gone. Evan Etzebeth is just, that's absolutely awful from him, actually. That's going to be a massive ban. Yep. Red card, Evan Etzebeth. Yeah, it's going to go to the red card, and he deserved, because this is awful from him. It's a clear eye gouge. He's trying to shove him away, and his thumb is in his eye. That's going to be a very, very lengthy ban from him. I'm actually going to put up a straight red, because I think that'll be the call. I mean, how dumb is that? Honestly, how stupid can you be? I'm preempting a red here. Ridiculous, absolute moronic from him. That is, just call the game. He's going into the bin. He's going to be, that's, you know the bin, you know the ban that Jan Hendrik Vessel's got? That's what he should be getting. That should be 12 weeks. That is awful. And so stupid. There's no need to do that whatsoever. And so blatant, so obvious. Yep, Jake making a good point saying that's why Kwaka is captain, 100%. My goat. That is awful. Dreadful. Yep, straight red card. I did say it was. I don't know what you can... I mean, there's no ways you can sit there and try to push him away. I mean, he's literally got this, like, it's there. It's, like, right there. That's so, so bad. So, Evans now got... He's, to be fair, he's just got himself 12 weeks of mandatory rest. Because he won't play again this year. Won't play for they haven't found touch. That turns it up, isn't it? So, they have to go down to 40 men. That's 3 red cards in 5 games. Probably the first one that's really, really deserved. That's just moronic. I cannot actually believe what he was trying. I don't even know what he was trying to do. But that's so, so poor. So he just put himself an early pot. Oh, cheapers. Completely smashed another tackle there. Last minute of the game. What can Wales conjure up? Not much, because Damon Jalendi, and now there's a bit of a push over there. Things are... tempers are starting to boil over. Sasha's trying to get involved there. BJH making a very good point, saying, there's no excuse for that. Can't even blame being caught up in the moment. Game is well decided. As a Sharks fan, I'm pissed. Correct. Because now he's not going to play for you guys for months. Literally months. And 10 minutes for pushing on Damien Indy. So discipline getting a little bit better of the Boks. I think they're a little bit rattled at the moment. I reckon what happened is Evan booked a holiday to like the Maldives. And didn't get the work approval. I think he basically booked a holiday and Sharks rejected the leave, and he was like, I've got to do something. I've got to get out of this. I've got a 2-month holiday in the Maldives. It's non-refundable. Can Wales get a consolation try? It has gone red, so it'll be 73 to something at this stage. The question is 73 to 0, 73. I'm going to give Evan a 1, by the way, in the player ratings. And he scored a try. That's the only reason he's going to get a 1. But that I'm so disappointed in that. That eye gouging was disgusting, to be honest. I'm not sure what the references. 1 was the call. So the first one, we've turned it over. So Kurs Reinach will just kick this back into the stands. Final score 73 to 0, and that is a big defeat, a record defeat, in fact. We'll see you very shortly at the player ratings, people. Don't go away. Smash like on the video, subscribe to the channel as well. Come and join me. Let's go rate our players. Let's wrap up a season. And let's